and that talks continue on further extensions. Secretary of State Blinken just beginning a briefing in Israel. The Pentagon says search and rescue efforts continue off the coast of Japan for 8 crew members missing in the crash of an Osprey aircraft that remains under investigation. There have been at least 6 fatal crashes involving U.S. Ospreys since 2012.
If the investigation concludes that there need to be additional steps taken, we'll certainly do that. But at this time, the investigation is underway on what happened.
Deputy spokeswoman Sabrina Singh not confirming the Japanese Coast Guard report that at least 1 crew member is confirmed dead in this week's crash during a training mission. Japan has now grounded its own fleet of Ospreys, also asking the U.S. to stop using that aircraft on its territory. Just getting word that during a Senate lunch today, Senator and Dr. Rand Paul performed the Heimlich maneuver on fellow Republican Senator Joni Ernst, who later posted a thank you message. The Philadelphia City Council votes to ban ski masks in public places, including in schools, public parks, and on city mass transit, despite public opposition.
During public comment before City Council, residents argued the clothing is not the danger.
We cannot connect an item with a negative act or a crime. You connect a person with that.
And that ski masks are just a fashion trend.
What is the next trend that this council will criminalize?
The bill says the only exceptions for wearing ski masks would be for religious reasons and during protests.
Fox's Gernal Scott, that ban includes a possible fine of $250 for violators. America is listening to Fox News.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
Most U.S. cities would be required to replace lead water pipes within 10 years under new rules proposed by the Environmental Protection Agency.
It's a move to reduce lead in drinking water and prevent public health crises like the one seen in Flint, Michigan, which exposed tens of thousands of people to dangerous levels of lead. The proposal would require utilities to replace lead pipes even if their lead levels aren't too high. The EPA also wants to lower the level at which utilities have to take action and wants to change how lead is measured. The push is part of a federal effort to combat lead exposure, including lead-based paint in older homes and child care facilities.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. The administration also telling state and local governments billions of dollars in water-related infrastructure funds and pandemic relief funds are still available to use for replacing lead service lines. The FAA is proposing to extend the current requirement for cockpit voice recordings, a 2-hour loop, to 25 hours for all new airplanes. The NTSB has been pushing for the change since 2018. A bipartisan appeal for more declassified information about UFOs.
Despite efforts to compel government agencies to reveal what is known about unidentified aircraft, a number of lawmakers say they keep getting the runaround.
But why are we classifying so much about this, especially if the information doesn't jeopardize national security, and we have departments telling us that they do not exist?
Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, a Republican, Democrat Jared Moskowitz of Florida grows more curious by the responses.
The pushback we got is what interests me. Every time we pulled a thread and we stumbled on something, it seemed that we would get stonewalled.
And they add that while the topic of extraterrestrials is always discussed, they view this as a transparency matter. Eben Brown, Fox News.
An hour to the close on Wall Street, a big rally for the Dow. It's up 380 points, but the NASDAQ remains lower. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Limeaway is the expert hard water cleaner that provides solutions to your lime, calcium, and rust stains. It's scientifically proven to eliminate lime scale deposits, leaving your home clean from hard water stains, bathtub, bathroom tiles, shower doors, sinks, and toilet bowl stains. Limeaway can eliminate them all. Get your bottle of Limeaway at your nearest mom and pop store and never be embarrassed by those ugly stains again. Limeaway, distributed by Cosmos Distributing.
Half a day and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Friday, the 1st of December. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police officers responded to YJ Market in Jigo, where 25-year-old Pedro Nena was accused of damaging another man's car with a machete and throwing rocks at him. The victim led police to his home, and officers saw Nena quickly running out from the residence with unknown objects in both hands. He then charged at the victim, and as he was getting out of his car, officers witnessed the victim being hit by objects. Nena ignored police instructions to stop and get on the floor. Police met with Nena's mother at the scene, who said he was upset with his sister and wanted to destroy her car. He proceeded to damage a white truck with a machete, bashing in the windshield, both taillights, side mirrors, and doors. Nena was charged with criminal mischief to a motor vehicle and family violence. Meanwhile, a social media threat led Harvest Christian Academy to cancel classes yesterday morning. Police officers were investigating a terroristic conduct complaint at the school. Out of an abundance of caution, school classes and school-related activities were canceled for the day as officers were on the scene. Harvest Ministries executive pastor Jared Baldwin says an anonymous post was made on Instagram from an account called HCA Confessions, which Baldwin confirms is not an official Harvest channel. The post stated that an individual was going to bring a gun to the school. Baldwin says this kind of incident has never happened at the campus, but the faculty and staff were fully prepared. It remains unclear if it was a student who made the threat. The investigation is ongoing. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas Loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
Bills that seek to authorize body-worn cameras for GPD, speed up the procurement of critical government projects, and tie COLA payouts to actual costs of goods were passed by senators yesterday afternoon. Also passed was the bill to remove the lifeguard requirement for private pool owners, and the bill seeking to extend the apprenticeship program to the end of 2029. Session will reconvene at an undetermined time so senators can debate whether to pass Bill 201, which is aimed at speeding the stalled procurement of an overhaul of several of GPA's generators. Some argue that the bill was not given adequate public notice. Senator Joanne Brown criticized bill sponsor Senator Will Parkinson for failing to appear for the legislative session this week and for inadequately explaining the bill to other senators. Meanwhile, United Airlines flight attendants will be holding a rally this afternoon for improved working conditions. Flight attendant Stuart Aricayos says they've been working on negotiations for over 2 years, so the contract was amendable in 2021. He has been a flight attendant since 1989 and attests that when it comes to contract negotiations, management drags their feet. Aricayos adds that over 26,000 flight attendants have been waiting for a contract for 2 years, even after United is currently announcing record-breaking profits. International President of the Association of Flight Attendants, Sarah Nelson, will be in attendance to kick off the call to action. The rally takes place from 3:30 to 4 o'clock at the airport's lower parking area. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with the weather.
Joe.
Man.
I just
Okay,
realized.
yeah.
I
Give
just
me a
realized
second,
there.
man.
Yeah. Okay. Joe's gonna go and work on some weather here in just a second. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. We'll get everything started as we normally do. Thank you so much. It's okay. Pika's best. There was only one day. We're apparently only the best for one day. Isolated showers are in the forecast. Mostly sunny skies. I shouldn't give him a hard time on this. Real Joe actually has to print out 2 copies of the weather because I always lose them. So in this case, it's only the first time in ever. Mostly sunny today. This is great news. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds 10 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 22 miles an hour today. There's partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. And let me tell you where you need to be here this evening. You need to be over at the Triangle Park up on San Ramon Hill. You make your way, if you know where Academy of Our Lady of Guam, go ahead and take that left turn up the hill. Look for some parking. Should be able to find some there. The Agana Heights Mayor, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, any number of other people are going to be there for the first, I think, official tree lighting ceremony in the entire government of Guam. About 6 o'clock tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow again with highs near 88 degrees. East-northeast winds up to about 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21. There's partly cloudy in the forecast. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees for Saturday night. Sunday, it says mostly sunny. Highs near 88. East winds 11 to 21 miles an hour. Going to be gusty this weekend. Sunday says gusts we can see as high as 26 miles an hour. With a heat index over the next couple of days, 92 degrees, 30% chance of rain. It already fell. I think it already fell. It got to me this morning on Tejan on my way into work on Namagagaga Highway. Rip current warnings are in effect right now, so careful if you're going to be going out on the water. Sunrise, man, not for another while yet. 6:28, closer to 6:30 this morning for sunrise than any other time. 5:51 for sunset tonight. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. Pika's best is The Point.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
Oh, 6:13 in the morning. Thanks for the Christmas cards. We got are those we just played in the first break, the first breaks of the show. 2 of the very first Christmas themed commercials, right?
Yes, Bank Pacific and Kim and Ron.
From over at Security Title. I'm feeling it, man. There it is, the love for my fellow man. It's 6:13 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the team over at APL. American President Lines is delivering the future.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Milking it.
Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Let me just get my head in the right place. Is my head in the right place? Are we straight? Are we square? For the first Friday of December of 2023, we are counting down the days till Christmas 24. Yeah, and eventually get around to doing the countdown until 2024. Wow, can you imagine that, Real Joe?
Where did it all go, man?
I don't know. Was it tied up in Typhoon Mawar recovery?
Oh, did that happen this year?
and lines to dump my stuff. And the worst thing, you know what I did? I never think about things like this until it's too late. So I remember when we could still go, when I could still go and dump my trashes from the house, et cetera, over at the Teedson place. And have you seen how much cleaner Teedson is looking these days?
They did.
They're doing a really,
I don't know
really
where
good.
they put it though.
I think there's a.
Where did it all go, man?
Ocean. Just dumped
ocean.
it all. Just bulldozed everything right into
Artificial
the
reefs.
ocean. Oh, it's tree huggers. Oh, look over there, baby panda fox. Don't look over here while we bulldoze all of this crap into the sea. No, I'm sure they did responsible things with it. But there's still like stuff there, and it's kind of hard to see from the road when I'm up there. You know, doing my surveillance, I see if Mr. Wustig is in the area. And so I'll kind of look over in that direction. And what looks like just the last pile of metallic stuff. And it looks like bikes, like old bicycles, tricycles.
Bikes.
Like just a little, you know, it's a little in comparison to everything else, but a pile of those kinds of things. And I'm wondering,
graveyard, man.
Boneyard, a bicycle
boneyard.
boneyard, the elephant yard. Anyway, but it is looking good. And 888-825-5888-TALK as we get things started in the program. But as I was saying, one of the things that irks me is I thought I had all of my ducks in a row when I was cleaning things out, and it occurred to me as I was in the wire room the other day.
What happened in there, man?
We guess I forgot to get rid of the junks from here. I got old Windows XP computers and all-in-one monitor gizmos that are in there that have absolutely no use whatsoever. I know I hear from guys every once in a while. No, I use XP all the time. Really? How about that? So is it possible
That's good
that
for you?
You know, there's a group out there called I don't know. It's a what is it? The Violent Typhoon or something like that. The data hackers that took down the hospital in Docomo or whoever it was once upon a time. I don't know, but Typhoon Storm or somebody got to be careful because I think they use things like old XP that still connected to the internet to be able to launch all of their different violent data hacking and attacks on Guam. But one of these days, maybe in the next storm, if there's another one of those things, I can get rid of the junks that I've got in the wire room.
When?
Well, it depends on who you're talking to. The storm, you know what storm I'm watching?
Which one?
Is the
What?
CMEs.
There's no storm.
The CMEs, the coronal mass ejection.
Oh, that's right.
That are coming
Up
out
there
of
in the
out of the
sun?
sun. They're supposed to. There was one that we were talking about the other day, and they say now there's another set of storms that should be arriving on, they say December 1st. Now, but they don't say what time in universal coordinated time it is. It's just December 1st. So today, maybe tomorrow if they're using mainland time. And I don't know what the reaction is going to be here. It's good for HF communications if you're into ham radio and all of that stuff, because all of a sudden virtually all of the sky waves around the area will be ionized.
No.
And that makes it easier for me to hop and skip and jump all the way around the world.
I
see. In northern climates, the aurora borealis.
Ooh, I love it when you talk like that.
Thank you very much. The aurora borealis should be moving into lower latitudes. Now, I'm not saying that we will
Northern
see
Lights, yeah.
Northern Lights. We're not going to see them, but it is possible that folks in the mainland that don't hardly ever get the Northern Lights will have a chance to see them, because the CMEs and the storms that are on the way are supposed to be a lot more, I don't know, charged than
what
normal.
SPF do you recommend?
What SPF do I recommend?
Yeah, man.
Dude, I'm
This
going
is grill
out there.
marks, right?
No, just no grill marks whatsoever. You just get outside 5 minutes in the ionized air, and you ought to be like a microwave, or air fryer. Kind of temperatures.
Yeah, I like
That's
that
what we're going
one.
to be looking for. So those are the storms that I'm thinking about right now. But I don't think FEMA's going to take my trash from the wire room in that kind of a solar storm. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Lots and lots going on in my head, including the you know what, we're all sitting around going, man, there's no news. And the legislature was in session yesterday, and they had what do you call it? They had a bunch of bills that they passed.
What'd they do there? What'd they get into?
So I walked into Frank Blas's thing last night over at Venue. After having parked in Anigua, dude, the place was jammed.
Tight, yeah.
Yeah, it was jammed up. Even and I thought I was getting there at a reasonably fashionable time, like 6:30, 6:35, right, as I was pulling into the Venue area. And it was already, the parking was already down to the old Riverside. And I thought, wow, a lot more people like Frank than I thought. It's amazing. Well, I mean, never made it for governor, or congressman or anything like that. Frank, you really do have a lot of friends. But anyway, so I walk into the thing, and one of the first faces that I see is Senator Jesse Anderson Lahan, who kind of leans over on me, grabs me, and says, "You got to check out the last 20 minutes, bro. The last 20 minutes of the legislature was off the chain." And I'm like, what happened?
Nice.
What happened? He says, "You just got to watch. You just got to watch it." And so I wouldn't normally have done it. But I pick up my phone and I go to YouTube and I pick up the last couple of minutes of the session, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, all of these people are here. All of these people are here," and all the hell that broke loose. So what had happened, if I have the story right, and it's kind of tricky to see where the beginning was. The session was over. And you know how they like to do extension of remarks and things like that, right? We're just going to, some remarks about the adventure that was this session. And most of the time, there's nothing to it. It's a nothing burger. It's like doing the Inifresi and the anthems at the beginning of it. Just another thing to do to make it that much more meaningful at the end. So there's a lot of, let me pat myself on the back on what a great job I'm doing as a senator. Well, what happened, though, is Will Parkinson, unsatisfied with the nature of a bill that he had proposed that they were trying to do. There were two bills out there that were trying to accomplish about the same thing, and that is to try to find an end to load shedding and allow the Guam Power Authority a lot more latitude when it comes to procurement, so that they might be able to prevent the kind of just every time there's a procurement, somebody's going to complain and attack, and then we've got these unreasonable delays. At any rate, Sabine did apparently a better job than Will of telling her story. But at the end of the session now, while they're doing these remarks, which are not technically part of the session, according to standing rules, Will decided that he wanted to get up there and take another bite at the apple and, quote, notwithstanding the rules, put a motion out there to reconsider his measure, which passed. And I think some people maybe all of a sudden changed their mind. Oh, wait a second. What does this mean? Does this mean, are we back in session now? Are we? And then there was a flurry of motions and point of this and point of order, Mr. Speaker, blah, 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 blah. And there were all kinds of, there was growling going on. There was actual ground. Tom Fisher even got he was holding two books like a Baptist minister out there. My dear people of Guam, we need only look at our standing rules in this section over here. And if we don't want to go with that, well, then we go with this one over here and the Masons' rules of orders and da-da-da-da-da. And it was kind of beautiful for a moment to watch them try to figure out how the hell we can end this session so that everybody could make it to Frank Bloss's fundraiser last night over at the venue. I think that was what, any other
smoke break,
right? At any other time, oh, what the hell? Nobody's doing anything, right? But now, wait a second. You know what? Frank's thing is at 6. Ray Gibson said on the radio, so we've got to get out of here in plenty enough time. But
it was a fundraiser? I thought it was just a party.
Yeah, night party fundraiser.
Fundraiser for what?
For Frank Bloss Jr.
Yeah, what?
Senator. He's got to make some money to run for senator again.
Okay.
What do you think? This is like a car wash? Somebody's not feeling good? Yeah. No. We would have done a 5K for that. We'd make lots more money. Only 6:23 in the morning. All the way through this, though, I must say, and there's a reason why he is Pika's best senator.
Who?
Chris Barnett.
No. What?
Chris Barnett. So it's kind of, you ever see those videos where it's like one guy standing still and there's a busy street scene around him and you got the whole world just kind of flashing around in high speed, and then there's Chris Barnett just kind of sitting at his desk. Looking around, just kind of watching the passing parade, to pick up his phone every once in a while, take a look and see if he's going to visit, put it down. But there's all this motion and noise going on all around Chris Barnett, and he's just kind of the fish out of water in this place going, I got stuff to do. I thought we were done. We're not done? Oh, we are done. Oh, we're not done. So they decided they took a recess and came back. Anyway, I'll see if I can play some of the bits and pieces of that. Certainly, there's some of the maybe more emotional parts. I was trying to make sure that I could get the original, the genesis of it, and that is Will Parkinson getting up with the notwithstanding whatever, and the points that led to points that Tom Fisher made. But it was kind of an exciting 20 minutes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all the news that happened yesterday. That's it. There's nothing else. There might be a couple of graduations and things like that going on in the government of Guam. So expect us to do a lot of heavy riffing and super padding of some of the stories that we do have in front of us. Now, in the meantime, let me just make introductions here because it's Friday, and another member of the Pika's Best Morning Show team is Real Joe Cruz.
Oh.
What do you do here, Joe?
I answer the phone.
All right, well, that's it.
Get up every morning, show up here an hour before everyone, and answer phones.
Print the weather. Leave it in the printer. It's okay. Anyway, so yeah, he'll do that. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. He's generally not responsible for the meme machine, but the numbers are similar enough that I always put them together. So Joe gets the phone, real life, human being voices at 888-8255. If you've got a phone on you and you found an interesting meme, by all means, send it up. I like this one here, and a reminder, kind of a PSA: honk if you love Jesus. Text while driving if you want to meet him. Yeah. Safety first, ladies and gentlemen. First, second, third, whatever.
Take the wheel, Jesus.
Yeah, he's my co-pilot. Anyway, so we got the and that number is 797-8255. They all begin with 671, obviously. So put that in there before you start sending stuff up. And I call it a meme machine, but it's basically just WhatsApp. And that means that if you've got videos that you want to send, by all means, do that. I actually had a video from yesterday. Totally forgot to play it. And it was I cannot put the music behind it, but what I want you to do is as you watch this video, I want you to think of that old song, "Come on and take a free ride." Come on and take a free ride. What you're watching on the video right now is there's a guy hanging on to the back of that delivery van, something made every day, made tasty or whatever. You see the guy?
I see him.
It just look. You know what?
I thought this was in Pakistan or
we don't have any
Bangladesh.
mass transit here on Guam. Oh yeah, look at the guy, just he's just having a good time, waving like a politician.
He could be a fireman too if he wanted to.
What?
Hang in the back of the truck.
You know what? It strikes me that's probably illegal.
Oh, absolutely.
It might also be the stupidest thing ever, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal. Now, the question that I have, Real Joe here, and you've got experience with law enforcement, is if a police officer saw that, if a member of the boys in blue or the girls in blue, if they saw that, would the driver of the vehicle? I mean, I don't know what would happen to the guy holding on in the bumper on the back, but would the driver of the vehicle be cited?
If he didn't know, probably doesn't know, man. But I would say they would pit maneuver that truck.
They would what?
Pit maneuver.
Pit maneuver.
Yeah, go to the side of it and then hit the back, and then it spins around or it flips.
Really?
And it stops. It stops.
I was thinking maybe I'd use the siren thing and just ask the driver to pull over.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to come out with the tasers blaring or something like that. So
tase the guy.
Right.
Get down from there.
Right. Donna D, who does the news, says always choose the violent way. If there's an easy way and a hard way, do it the hard, bloody way. That's what we're looking for. And the reason why is, again, because we need news. There's not a whole lot going on. It's the holiday season. Everybody's festive. We're making commercials with jingle bells in the background of it, and that means that there's not going to be a whole lot. I think the most violent thing that you've already done that magistrate report with the guy, the machete guy.
Is that the most violent? Is that more violent than being stabbed in the neck with a box cutter? That's at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so in the 7 o'clock news, we got a box cutter stabbing.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So I
think that's pretty violent.
6:28 in the morning. Let me get to these guys because there's so much that I've got to talk about all of a sudden in my head, and we'll drag our way into it in just a few minutes. It's 6:29 in the morning, and we got to talk about these box cutters here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, that's beautiful. Tell Otaita we're listening early this morning and send in a picture of what it looked like. And again, the reason. Taitigui. What?
The
What did I say?
Senator?
Senator Tello Taitigui.
Okay, Linguini.
Yeah. So she sent me a picture of what everything looked like. Did I send it to myself? Yes, I did. Hold on a second. This is the team that was gathered last night over at the venue.
Oh, nice.
This is why nobody wanted to stick around. This is why nobody wanted to hang out at the legislature.
Wait, who's that on the way left, Ray?
Way left. Okay, so from left to right is former senator and chief of staff for Richard. What's his name? Cheeto up in Saipan.
Governor Torres.
No, that's not Governor Torres. That's Will Castro.
Oh, that's Will Castro.
Will Castro in the picture.
Straight out of Saipan.
Tello Taitigui. Hiding her purse.
Who's that guy?
That guy there is
in the middle.
In the middle is none other than Tony Ada.
There you are, Senator.
Annette says they live for that. Annette says they live for that. We've done that.
Yeah.
They were traveling recently, and they logged in just to hear me say, you know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada.
I don't know. This picture is the first I've seen of him in a really long time.
Well, he's been around. We got their Senator Joanne Brown, Jesse Anderson Lujan, and Frank Blas Jr.
I want to make this my screensaver,
Frank
Ray.
Blas Jr.'s campaign slogan should be, vote for me, okay?
Okay. Amen to that. That's sweet. Anyway, so I want to say they were the only members of the legislature that were there, but Speaker Terlahi was there. I saw Speaker Terlahi on her way out.
Oh,
and,
wow.
Said, hi, Ray. How's it going?
Does her phone work?
Her phone?
Yeah.
We've been trying to get a hold of her.
I have.
Okay. Senator.
Good morning, Senator.
At any rate, so she's like, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And I didn't realize that maybe she had gone there, say hello, realized, oh my God, it's the same hornet's nest I just left. I'm leaving and go find
ninja.
Thirsty Thursday someplace else, whatever. Anyway, 6:31 in the morning. All right, let's take a look at the things. Thanks, Tello. I appreciate that. Jerome McDonald comes in at number 1 here. I see Jeff Pleadwell. Pika's best, Jeff Pleadwell. D. Wayne Santos, Biba Friday, Rico Blancaflor, Henry Manglonia is there. Hold on a second. I found a Friday meme. It's not the best one in the whole wide world, but it will work for our purposes here. It looks like a computer thing. It says, loading. Please wait. Let me see. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas is on. Felix Bamba, Henry Manglonia. Stephen Blake is there.
Real guy?
Real guy. Okay. Because it doesn't say just that he's watching. He actually took the time to write, Buenas to the Point team. Have a great weekend.
Speaks tomorrow.
Absolutely. Henry Manglonia, like I said, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, and Jefe Chamo Grazi. And there is a link there says, did you see this? You might want to, you know what, for easier linking, because Facebook will just put the characters there, but it won't actually link it. I'd log on to the YouTube side to see what those guys have got going. Hey, Tattoo Shauna online, looking gorgeous. Let me see. Bunker Menno is there. Jane Nauta, Alex Affligui saying good morning, Chairman Ray and the staff. Ken Augustin, Biba Betnes, Point Familia, Joe Cruz, I know that guy. Roy Burgess. Probably going to be running, is it tomorrow or Sunday? The Hilton has got a race. There's the Jingle Bell 5K that they're going to be up to. I got Tammy Post Office online. Tammy, anytime you need to get on the radio, give us some details on what's going on with, post office hours, that kind of thing.
Now, who has a yellow card right now?
Anybody? Yellow
Give
card?
us the list.
Yellow card.
Oh, God.
You know when they're really, really busy, sometimes they just come out and go, yellow card, and then go back in. We got other stuff we got to take care of. Who else is playing around? Beautiful Sarita Garin is there. Magandan Umaga to the Point family. Ali Malakas, Jennifer Poe-Schnitger, Jackie Borja Cabrera, Zandine and Liza Castro, Johnny Atulai Tanu, Buenos and Day, Fishman, Margaret Estacchio and Mark Cruz, Day to Pat Saho and Patrick A. and Martha Toves. Looking at some new names like Gerald Young and Juanita Machi doing her wave thing. Johnny says, morning, Ray and gang. Hoffa Tim Zedeker and Ben Martinez. Alicia Duenas Anderson is watching. Let me just take a quick look and see if I've got any Alicia Duenas Anderson pictures of First Beach. Might be a little bit too early. Sarita has sent in a photo or two. Oh, nice. The Hello December imagery from over at her place. Sorry, that's not okay. That's not nice. This is nicer. We got some nice grouping in there, some interesting buildings in the background. All these pictures taken today, huh? Evergreen. What's that? Is that your trash company, baby? Let me see. Who else is on? FRIDAY says Alicia. Stephen Applegate watching the program tonight. Stephen Applegate is the husband of Katie, who is the lady that runs
the Booney Dog Salon.
Booney Dog.
Bougie.
Bougie Booney.
Yeah.
.com of the World Wide Web. See them, and the reminder now, shopping days, 24 days till Christmas, brought to you by the Bougie Booney, and you can find them in Upper Tumon in the building right after the Bang of Hawaii and Goodies building. Let me see, I got Nate Horn watching the program. Ismail is there. Ismail sent me a thing, or sent it somewhere, and he said that he was at DHL doing some DHL-y things.
Yeah.
And like 6 or 9 people in line were there to pick up.
Don't say it. Don't you dare say it, Ray Gibson.
They were getting their Link Stars stuff.
They're so fast. I hope can they like tell you how their stuff is so you can find out if it's worth it?
Bunch of guys standing
Donna,
around
it's worth
flexing.
But somebody said it's the
Chest
same
out.
as the speeds here. Oh, is it just for
No,
reliability?
I'm hearing that the speeds are significantly higher.
See, we need to do a survey.
But we will have ours here soon.
Yeah, but okay.
We're still beta testing.
Yeah, no. I told you, we're getting one. We're getting a Starlink.
You're saying we're getting one as in you ordered it already?
It's been ordered.
Oh, okay.
It has been ordered. I'm not going to tell you which partner's credit cards it's on, but we have ordered a new. We've got a Starlink system that's going to be coming here, and the only thing I need is for somebody braver than me to go up on the roof. And,
you know a guy or two.
And assemble the thing.
We'll get a lift.
I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of falling. And so I've got a ladder. I've got a good ladder that will get me up there. I just freak out about those last steps. Donna Mila Martinez is there. Brad Wood.
Morning, Wood.
I see Josephine
Happy
Blas
Friday.
and Keena McCausland. And Keena McCausland is reminding us all today that there is football. One of Keena McCausland's teams, her two favorites, are the New Orleans Saints, the Hoodats, and obviously she's up in Washington, so big Seattle Seahawks fan as well. Now the Seahawks are going to be taking on who today, Real Joe?
The Friars.
No.
Votech. Okay.
No. They're Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. The boys.
And they're taking on the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know where the watching is going to be just yet. I haven't gotten the sprinkling or the inkling. My concern, though, and I gotta make it clear, and it's not that I don't like the guy. I like the guy a lot, right? It's just that I don't want to go wherever Walter Leon Guerrero is. I don't want to go there. Because Walter is like 9 on the Richter scale anyway, most of the time.
Yeah, he's got the tattoo. Huh?
But when it's time for the Dallas Cowboys, OMG, the walls vibrate, as he makes his noise. And I don't know what's worse, when they're having a bad game or when they're having a good game. It just gets louder and louder and louder. Anybody knows who I'm talking about. And I'm going to say, hey, wasn't he over at EPA? Was, but he's over at GWA now. I think that's where he's at.
Yeah, morning, Walter.
Yeah, there are people moving around in the administration. But, there's going to be football today. Bunker Menno online. Greg Baz Knight is there. Benny Pinalla. Buenos and Alfade. Benny. Saw him last night over at the thing as well. Michelle Conceptions. And let me see. Bandits online. We're all strong like Eric Chong. Dwayne Santos is Rico Blancaflor. You make me want to drink again like 2004. The highlight of my life. Downing mix and straight all night. It's all coming back to me now. Rico, are you short-circuiting someone's scruples out there? Is that what's up? Come on, just one more drink. God, you can do it. One more drink. Don't worry, you don't have to wake up super early tomorrow, do you? Not like Ray Gibson or anything like that. Let me see. Anna Marie Pelobello online. Rico says a bunch of Starlink orders arrived yesterday. Vince Duenas is there. Dwayne says, sorry, guys, is Starlink a super internet router or something? Not familiar with such. All right. Anybody? Who wants to
welcome to
Dwayne?
the show.
Who wants to troll Dwayne? Okay, Dwayne, here's the way it works. There's a guy named Elon Musk. And Elon Musk's dream, and this is an old dream. This goes back to I've heard stories about this going back 20 years. And everybody had this idea that they would be able to take all these satellites, low Earth orbit satellites, lots of them, and throw them up into the sky. And they would achieve stationary orbit around the planet Earth. and then they'd put together a system so that we'd be able to send data from any point back and forth to a satellite, and it would be able to transmit it back to other satellites and then back down into the planet. And then we wouldn't have to worry so much about cables underwater, cables over the planet, any of that stuff. It would just all be up there, up and down like a GPS system. And Elon Musk was able to do that, and he offers the product. It is called Starlink, and he's got 3,000 some odd, maybe more. I forget what 4,000 of these little Starlink satellites that are in orbit around the planet right now. And they've just turned on the Guam area, and people are raving about speeds in excess of 200 megabits per second. Download speed, about dozen megabits a second upload speed, and it's $70 a month. So compare that with what you were paying for the internet that you got over at your office, whatever, and you might find that there might be a reason to bring these guys as either a primary or as a backup. Let me see. Andy Terlahi is there. Sarita saying Aurora Borealis sounds sexy.
Yeah, she'd say that.
Yep, you're absolutely right. There's certain contexts and different ways that we could say Aurora Borealis that might want to head you back into the bed and back under the covers. Dave Herrera is there. Donna D, what's that? Dang, they didn't waste any time. What's this? Hope they give a full report so I can see if it's worth the trouble and the price. All right. Didn't realize that you had written that. Joe and Goko is online. Utah Johnny is there. Charles Craw. Let me see. Just went from no blue check mark to the premium. I'm supporting X. I'm already boycotting Disney. Good man. Harvey Egnut watching the program. So is Joe Takai saying good morning to all of his Woostig neighbors. Hey, Dave Duanius. And let me see. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, saying happy holidays. Don't forget a chance to win big with them and Coca-Cola. Details at BK. Francis Salas is there. I'm looking to see if there's some names that I haven't said good morning to yet, including the Christine Oliver, Ben Servino, Jason at Military Auto Source, Tammy Bump. I got a nice picture of Tammy last night.
Oh, Tammy.
Yep. The husband took it.
Tammy and Patrick.
Hey. Patrick took it, so I'm okay. Bronson is online. Roll with Bronson. On the radio. It's good to have you there. Yeah. Tina Garcia, Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, Adelia Marie, Titano, and F. Ramos. Lynn Vince, Borja Polino. I might have said that already. Going to use that legislative photo at work. Tell my supervisor at 3. What's good for the legislature is good for us. Absolutely. Glenn Salunga saying alpha a day to everybody. Sherry Iriarty, living in the Pacific, says, it's Saturday. Wait, whoa, yes, okay. See ya. How about Joey Kichitu and Francis Duffy, F. Ramos, Josh Cadahay, and everybody else. Re-elect Senator Frank Blas Jr. F. Ramos writes back, says 100%. It also says that Disney is part of the Pandaverse. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to assume that you've been looking at some of the same videos and things online that I have. 642. Real quick, we'll take a look and see who's lurking on the YouTube side. As usual, Kichitu in Japan says 144 now for your American dollar in exchange. And we see Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist, Rico B. over here. So is Brennan Fausto, Gigo Jarhead, MP Ogo. No frowns today. Have a nice weekend, everybody. You know how I can guarantee that you will have a nice weekend? VFW, 7 o'clock tonight. VFW, 7 o'clock tonight. You want to make it down there or up there as the case may be, because tonight they've got the drawing, Queen of Hearts drawing. There might be fewer than about 17 cards that are available, so your chances of getting a card are incredible, number one. And number two, if that's the right card, it's worth over $5,000. Real Joe.
Whoa, that's 2 months of power right there,
Almost 6. Yes, correct. But with load shedding, unfortunately. But it's almost $6,000. Be there at 7 o'clock tonight, and we'll see what happens. Sean Gumatau checking in from As Lucas up in Telefofo. Good job last night. Hope you had a good time. Vern Bates end load shedding by giving all GPM employees a 25% pay raise. Yeah, why not? Let's see who else is there. Lou's, Bad Boy 671. Joe is there, and so is Lupang Guam. So we've got the entire crew is all set up this morning. Like and share it. Speakers Best online. And time for our first big look at news and headlines now with Donna D. Scraping literally the bottom of the barrel on everything going on here on Guam. So what's the latest?
A CL Titano Elementary student was rushed to the hospital yesterday morning after being hit by a car. The 5-year-old lives nearby and was walking on a crosswalk to the school when she was struck. Sinahanya Mayor Robert Hoffman says the child has since been released from the hospital and has been reported to be fine and recuperating. No information has been provided on the driver involved in the crash. And more unsealed records in federal court reveal 5 pounds of meth was seized in the mail in September of last year. The drugs were sent to addresses in Tamuning, Dedido, Hagåtña, and Jigo from Hawaii and California. Investigators have yet to confirm if anyone will be charged. And local sports official John Beneventi was recently recognized for over 4 decades spent not only refereeing games, but enforcing sportsmanship and fair play. Beneventi says he considers his career as a rewarding vocation. He has been training certain individuals to take his place. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
I'm sorry, what?
Back to Ray.
Oh, there we go. I did hear you were doing one of those Biden things where he talks really, really loud. And then he says, but look at the numbers.
Is it really?
Yeah, he does. It's, crazy. Tammy Post Office Online says she are working on extended hours and will get back to me as soon as I have them. We are in December. We give you the extended hours for a couple of reasons. Number one, for anybody that has got goodies that they're buying here and sending back to the mainland. Obviously, you'd like it to get there before Christmas Day or the very latest on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
sometimes
fill out
they
that
deliver.
customs form before you show up, all right? Please.
All of the paperwork. What do you mean you need one of our boxes? You know what? I totally do it. But the other side is there's all of us here that are expecting goodies from our friends in the state. Where's my Cracker Barrel? Where is my Cracker Barrel? It's not here yet. So they're going to let you know what they're doing about extended hours so that we can pick up all our yellow cards and those kinds of things. It's 6:46 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way.
This is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Subway just added 6 all-new sandwiches to the Subway series.
You gotta have number 23. The Hot Shot Italiano is the De Niro of subs, loaded with pepperoni and salami.
Come on now, get in the game. Pick number 19, the Pickleball Club. Ham, bacon, lettuce, tomatoes, onions.
Number 20. That's to be continued because there's so much new at Subway. The Subway series of 16 sandwiches is not just a roster. It's the greatest Subway menu of all time.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Mount Carmel School announces its first annual Teacher Fair and Student Enrollment Drive. Mount Carmel is Guam's newest charter school and continues to accept transfer students and applications for employment. If you are an elementary or middle school teacher, join us Saturday, December 2nd from 11 to 3 at the GPO Food Court for information about current and future teaching and staff positions. Call the new Mount Carmel Academy Charter School today for information about our Teacher Fair and student info. Pre-K through 8th grade. Join us.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:48. Speaking of Aurora Borealis, I want to do a shout to Trina St. Augustine, who is online right now. Vince Delgado, Laura and Goko. Let me see. There's Tammy Pangilinan and any number of other folks that are checking in and tuning in this morning to Pika's Best Morning Show on 93.3, Pika's Best radio station, et cetera, et cetera. It didn't say anything about Pika's Best Typhoon Twins, but I'm going to bring one of them in now. That's Brandon Idlet. And here's the way it works now. Landon is built for torque. Brandon is built for speed. Are you going to be dressing up your sleigh for the Santa Claus run this weekend?
You know, I am actually planning on it. I've got to look for my lights, test them out, and maybe visit a couple of stores and see if I can beef up some of the lighting.
It's a first one we've had in an awful long time, and I'm glad it's going to be taking place. If I wake up early enough and my plantar is feeling good enough, you might actually see me lurking around the course. We'll see what happens. We were talking earlier a little bit about storms, but a different kind of storm, and that's why I asked for you, because you're the science officer, and you might be looking at other pages images on all of the USNS pages. Among them, space weather, which could be interesting for folks in some lower latitudes of the United States mainland over the weekend, as we're expecting a whole bunch of solar activity and solar storm activity to be washing over the planet.
That's right. So there's been quite a bit of activity the past few days on the sun. And so just a little comparison, we're looking at 15 to 20 mile per hour winds across the Marianas. But looking at the Space Weather Center page, spaceweather.gov, they are also a part of the National Weather Service. We're looking at the solar wind being about 337 kilometers per second.
Oh, so a little bit faster.
A little bit faster. That is that solar wind that is coming from the sun, traveling 93 million miles towards the Earth. And so we see those solar winds ranging from about 250 kilometers per second up to 3,000 kilometers per second. So we're kind of at the low end of the spectrum right now. But we do have several magnetic storms, or CMEs, coronal mass ejections, that are heading toward us. And so we saw some activity starting to erupt on the 27th, 28th of November.
I see that.
And so there were a couple of eruptions first, but a fourth one has erupted. And so this is like a magnetic filament that's just in the sun's corona. It has erupted. That one's traveling faster and is starting to overtake the second and third ones. So we're going to get this big wave of magnetic solar energy that's going to be coming straight at the Earth over the next 24, 48 hours.
There's actually a term for that, when you've got one that overtakes the other.
It's Boy, what is that term?
A cannibal.
Oh boy term.
A cannibal. It's, I think that what I'm looking at is the cannibal solar burst will hit the Earth, and they say it's going to be hitting the Earth tonight. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen anything with universal coordinated time, so I'm having a hard time envisioning when they are talking about this solar storm hitting us. And now, and it will not have the same impact as a storm that, like Mawar that we just had. But what are the likely scenarios if this M9.8 class solar flare makes it to town?
Well, most of it's going to be all the action occurs up in the ionosphere, the magnetosphere, so well above the ground, and so the visual effects will be that aurora borealis, which we could see extending as far down as the central plains down into Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois. So I know the last time there was some talk about an eclipse, and so Guam was in that story, but it's Guam, Missouri. So we'll go ahead and talk about Guam, Missouri. They could actually see a little bit of aurora just to the north of them, but a low possibility of that. But with all of our low Earth orbit satellites, navigation,
Starlink,
GPS, weather, Starlink, they could have some effects from this the solar storm. And what happens is, as you get all this magnetized energy coming from the sun, it's interacting with our magnetosphere. It does increase heat. So we're getting that energetic reaction. The heat is increasing. The density of the very high up atmosphere is increasing. And so what that does to the satellites, it does increase some frictional drag, and that could affect their orbits. And I like to look at the International Space Station every so often. You look at a plot of the height above ground level, and you see a stair-step function where every so often they do have to lift it up several miles higher in altitude, and then over a period of weeks to months, it does drop in altitude because of that magnetospheric friction. And so they do have to pump it back up because their speed is what keeps them from falling into the Earth.
Right. It's a little physics here for the people. But we're not talking about, trains stopping and airplanes falling out of the sky and diodes bursting because of the kind of pulse that they imagine in science fiction movies.
Yes, and so that is not the expectation. So we're looking at the possibility for a strong G3 geomagnetic storm. G3 is on a scale of G1 through G5, similar to our typhoon category 1 through category 5, 5 being the worst. So we could see impacts from HF radio, probably some of the satellite communications. And so we're looking at roughly the G3 storm watch will be in effect from 10 a.m. Friday. That is our time, so 10 a.m. this morning. And so I did the calculations from the mountain and eastern coast time. And so that starts today. and will go for probably the next 24 to 48 hours as we see these waves of magnetic energy overwash the Earth.
I reserve the right to call you on Monday and see what happened, because I don't have outside of some communications, but that are mostly internet based with us. I don't know that we're going to have any issues that people will hear about. But you actually get live data and streams coming in from some of these satellites and low Earth orbit gizmos. So I'm going to check with you on Monday to see if anything happened. But certainly not going to be one of those 2012 deals where we're worried about the big solar storm is going to be shifting the north and south poles and tidal waves and all of that, right? Nothing biblical.
Ain't that the truth? That is
no
not
Armageddon.
on the horizon. And I was looking up the 1859 Carrington event. I was not here personally for that, but that was the big one that really we go back and talk to. Just same as typhoons U2 and Mawar, Pongsona. The way we refer back to those. Geomagnetic storms, 1859 Carrington event. That one caused a lot of problems, and fortunately, the world was not as technologically advanced as we are today. A similar geostorm would have some major issues if we had one that strong.
Yeah, we talk about that every once in a while amongst us geeks. 1859. Look that up, why don't you? Listen, Brandon, I really, really appreciate the time. While I got you on the line, first weekend in December, what's it going to be like weather-wise for Guam? I'm talking about winds and rains and that kind of thing. What can our listeners expect this weekend?
Absolutely. We're continuing into this dry season preview. The Marianas have been pretty much overwashed in the easterly trade wind pattern. The subtropical ridge of high pressure perched just to our north. And so we've seen fairly pleasant weather, a good steady breeze. There have been these little clusters of showers and maybe a few thunderstorms, and we're looking at the satellite. There's one that just passed to the west of the CNMI. And we do have some more showers approaching 150 east, so about 300-400 miles to the east, and that will come in sometimes tomorrow and into early Sunday. But we're just in a status quo dry season pattern.
Absolutely
no
love it.
cyclone threats on the horizon.
Loving it. Great training weather too. With the sun going down earlier, so take advantage of it. If you're training for something big, you can get out earlier. You don't sweat as much because of the dry, cool air that's washing over the island, and some nice breezes. Brandon, you have a fantastic weekend. I'll see you pretty soon, buddy.
All right. See you Sunday morning.
Yeah. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. And okay, so I got one geek on the line, and now we all bend the knee to the master geek, the head propeller twister. It's Bob Kelly on the line. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Maybe on another call, when we have a little time, I can talk about the Carrington event and what would happen in today's technology.
Well, of course, you were alive. You were alive in 1859 for the Carrington.
Yeah, right. I'm a little old, but not quite that old. But it's fascinating. And we almost had a Carrington event several years ago, but we were a day ahead in orbit. Had our orbit been 1 day later, we would have gotten hit by something very similar, but it just missed us by the Earth having moved 1 day outside of where that particular flare hit where we had just been a day before.
The book you want to look for is called Death from the Skies. It's out. It's about 10 years old, but it's an interesting read on the various ways that the cosmos, and it's just random blind luck how we've missed out on all these different opportunities for world-ending events. Just blind. It's billiards game in space. Well, go on. What else were you going to say?
Well, what I was calling about, and I sent you a link, I've had 2 calls this week of people asking me how can they hook their Starlink to their router. And they didn't buy the interface to hook to the router. It's a $60 device, and I just sent you a link to Amazon where they can get it. Because otherwise what you're going to get is a wireless connection. So you'll have its own separate wireless connection. If you want to put it onto your system, like to connect it to your computer system in your studios, you buy the $60 device, and then you can connect it in. And people don't buy that device, and then they say, I don't see how to hook this up to my system. Well, if you don't have that, you don't have the connection, and I don't think that's been clear to people when they've ordered it.
All right, so if you don't get it, then all you've got is like a wireless connection in the house. But
right.
If you've got the adapter, then you can plug it into your regular router. Could you plug it into, say, your Docomo or GTA router that came with the systems there, and then use them as a repeater?
If you have, now maybe I want to just define what you're asking here. If you have a dual WAN router, the answer would be yes. If you're talking about using it as a repeater, usually what you get from them is the originating router or wireless access point, and if you had repeaters in your house, you could use that off of that wireless connection, but you would not have the wired connection like what you have to have in the studio.
All right, heavy conversations for Friday morning at 7 o'clock.
It's important, though, because people are buying. I found out yesterday when one of these was delivered, the entire delivery truck was full of terminals.
I heard. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Got to break away, Bob. You have a fantastic weekend. I'll see you soon. Probably talk again later. It's just in front of Fox News on Pika's Best. This is The Point.
A message to Israel in Israel. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The way Israel defends itself matters. It's imperative that Israel act in accordance with international humanitarian law and the laws of war.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Tel Aviv after meetings with the Israeli Prime Minister and Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas earlier today. He says Israel understands the need to do more to help protect civilians as it targets Hamas. For now, a temporary ceasefire continues in Gaza for a 7th day as efforts continue to extend it again in exchange for releasing more hostages. The U.S. is hoping to help Ukraine keep heat and electricity functioning when Russia attacks those supplies.
As we head into yet another winter, we expect that Russia will return to this cruel tactic and again try to pursue a campaign to destroy Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby also urging Congress again pass the president's supplemental request that includes more aid for Ukraine and for Israel. Lawmakers are still debating differences between the House and Senate approaches. Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall, injured while covering the war in Ukraine, has stories of community and compassion in a new podcast. Fox News Audio launching Searching for Heroes with Benjamin Hall. That begins next Monday. The former president has a gag order again at his civil fraud trial in New York.
The order was reimposed by a New York appeals court after former President Trump again made negative comments about a law clerk. Judge Arthur Engoron originally issued the order in October following a similar comment posted to social media.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Defense lawyers are sued, accusing the judge of an abuse of power. A mixed finish on Wall Street. Big rally for the Dow, though, up more than 500 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple of answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's #1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store.
Great news, GovGuam employees. The FHP Health Center is now accepting all employees of GovGuam enrolled in the self-funded insurance health plan. Continuity of care is important. If you're currently seeing an FHP medical, dental, vision, or home health and hospice provider, you can stay with FHP. If you are a GovGuam employee and want to see an FHP provider, you are welcome. Call 671-646-5825 to schedule an appointment. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
New York Congressman George Santos, who's under indictment and facing a House vote to expel him, is filing an expulsion resolution of his own.
Santos wants Empire State Congressman Progressive Jamal Bowman expelled for pulling a fire alarm inside a House office building. House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries isn't concerned about the move by Santos,
who's a joke and an embarrassment and a serial fraudster.
Jeffries points out the House Ethics Committee chose not to punish Bowman, the same committee that reported substantial evidence George Santos used campaign funds for personal use. Santos says he plans to, quote, dispel each and every accusation.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill. House Speaker Mike Johnson has expressed concern about the possible expulsion of someone who hasn't been convicted. Jeffries accuses Republicans of coddling Santos to preserve their narrow House majority. Only 5 lawmakers have ever been expelled from Congress. The man convicted in federal court for the attack on Paul Pelosi will head back to trial early next year.
A San Francisco judge has set a January 12th trial date for David DePape to face attempted murder and other state charges. DePape already found guilty on federal charges of attempting to kidnap former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and bludgeoning her husband Paul with a hammer. He's awaiting sentencing. There's been speculation his federal conviction may lead to a plea deal in state court, with his public defender Adam Lipson saying anything is possible. But no settlement conference was set during a hearing.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. DePape has pleaded not guilty to multiple state charges, including attempted murder. New U.S. sanctions related to North Korea. The Treasury Department says 8 individuals are targeted, along with a hacking group. Again, a mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow up 520 points at the closing bell. That's more than 1%. The S&P also in the green, but the NASDAQ drops 32 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
Decorate yourself for the holidays. Visit GU Ink Hustle Tattoo and Piercing next to Pyology in Tamuning. Purchase gift cards and gift yourself a new piercing and some tattoos. Call 649-8287 to book your appointment. Follow them on Instagram as well at GU Ink Hustle.
Becoming a homeowner for the first time could be a little nerve-wracking, but it certainly doesn't have to be, especially if you have Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty guiding you every step of the way. So have no fear. She also specializes in land sales, commercial leasing, local residential sales leasing, also military and corporate new relocation. So for all your real estate needs, take the first step in the right direction with Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty by calling 671-688-6743. That's 671-688-6743.
Mount Carmel School announces its first annual Teacher Fair and Student Enrollment Drive. Mount Carmel is Guam's newest charter school and continues to accept transfer students and applications for employment. If you are an elementary or middle school teacher, join us Saturday, December 2nd from 11 to 3 at the GPO Food Court for information about current and future teaching and staff positions. Call the new Mount Carmel Academy Charter School today for information about our Teacher Fair and student info. Pre-K through 8th grade. Join us.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Hoffaday and good morning, Guam. It's 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 27-year-old Rose Jin Kosam is facing serious criminal charges for stabbing a man in Jigo. The victim told police that he was going to sleep when Kosam stabbed him in the neck with what authorities later learned was a box cutter. He ran outside yelling for help, but Kosam tried to stop him from leaving to call 911. Court documents state a witness tried to stop the bleeding as they waited for police to arrive. The victim told police he and Kosam lived together for about 2 months, adding that he was trying to help her kick her meth addiction. He adds that she was drunk at the time of the stabbing. Police spotted Kosam and took her into custody minutes after responding to the scene. She was charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, family violence, and interfering with the reporting of family violence. She faces a maximum of 72 years in prison if convicted. Meanwhile, a man indicted on federal drug charges in 2021 on Guam was located in Texas. Court documents state Anthony Kenneth Johnson is accused of agreeing with others to distribute meth in August 2017 and sold the drugs that month and in March and April of 2020. The case was under seal since December of 2021. Federal prosecutors stated Johnson had been arrested and there was no further need for the case to remain sealed. A warrant for his arrest was issued, and a month ago Johnson was arrested in Texas on suspicion of having marijuana. He posted bail but was placed in federal custody based on the arrest warrant. An arraignment date is scheduled for December 19, but the prosecution is requesting it be moved to the 21st. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, has issued a temporary waiver that exempts Guam, the Northern Marianas, and AmSam from the Buy America policy, which requires the procurement of U.S.-made construction materials for federally funded infrastructure projects. The waiver went into effect on November 15 and will be in force for 15 months to allow time for HUD to offer technical assistance to recipients for projects in the remote Pacific Island territories, which are over 5,000 miles from the mainland. HUD points out that this requires products to be shipped by air or sea, entailing large shipping costs and delays in construction activity. Other federal agencies, including the Department of Transportation and the EPA, have proposed a similar waiver for the Pacific territories and freely associated states. And on Wednesday, the U.S. and Japan signed a memorandum of cooperation to formally declare 2024 as tourism year between the two countries. They will be promoting travel between the two, including Guam. GVB President Carl Gutierrez says this means, first, 2024 will be a year for both the U.S. and Japanese governments to promote exchanges in tourism, and secondly, Japan will participate in global entry with the U.S. This will make it unnecessary for Japanese nationals to go through the procedures upon arrival in the U.S. With Japan joining the global entry program in 2024, Japanese citizens will be able to skip immigration at the airport. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
This is going to be, I'm hoping it's going to be the game changer that everybody is talking about. And it might not even be global entry. It might just be their Japanese passport will have the same value, the same weight as an American passport as you're walking around. So it's going to be an interesting time as we move forward through this brave new era in the hospitality industry. 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody asked about weather. Let me see if I can get you some weather here this morning. I want to put the gizmo up that shows what's happening in radar, but it ain't working again. I don't think it's that clear out there. Brandon, go outside. We know that there's clouds out there. I can see them on the satellite imagery, but otherwise mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees. Winds east 10 to 17 miles an hour. Going to be gusty this weekend. Starting today, about 22 miles an hour. Sorry, I'm burping chorizo shots from last night. Yes, they had chorizo shots. Tilly said, yeah, you better believe we're going to have chorizo shots in this thing. And there was. And plenty of pizza. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight as well. Mostly sunny for Saturday under isolated showers. Perhaps some highs near about 88 degrees. Gusty to about 21. Tomorrow night, about 20 miles an hour as far as the wind is concerned. Mostly sunny on Sunday. Highs near 88 degrees. Easterly winds blowing to 21 miles an hour. Could see gusts as high as 25. Just some heavy trade winds coming through here. Nothing major. Nothing we got to worry about. Sunrise was at 6:28. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:51. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together Friday morning here on The Point. Attention business owners. Upgrade your connectivity with Docomo Pacific's new business mobile plans. Whether you're upgrading your phone or bringing your own device, you can save big. Up to $20 a month. Enjoy unlimited talk and text locally and to the U.S. plus data roaming to the U.S., Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. Experience the power of seamless communication. Visit business.docomopacific.com today for more details. Some conditions apply.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Win for the Holidays giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 premium Coca-Cola prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded outside pop tent, a cool Coca-Cola custom bike with helmet, a beach folding chair, and a large 54-quart cooler. Purchase any Whopper or chicken fries combo meal or frozen beverage. Enter the transaction code from your receipt on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on December 31st, 2023. Drawing will be held on January 5th, 2024. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
I'm sorry, I was just reading some of the comments, variety of commentary and things like that on the Facebook.
Talkative people.
Yeah, very, very chatty, very chatty. I think it's Johnny Utah says that if he was a teenager, he'd have a poster of Elon Musk in his room.
That would be his teen crush.
7:13 in the morning. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of boy crushing with Elon going on. I don't know if you caught the interview.
Johnny Utah.
I don't know if you saw the deal that he did on television, where he's being asked about the possibility of losing money because of advertisers and people that are boycotting X, and he's like, "Oh, you think you can put pressure on me? You think you can put with your advertising?"
Yeah, he had choice words.
Well, 1 or 2. You can go blank yourself. You can then go blank yourself. And that's the only time you use the blank word in the interview. And I'm just going, yeah. Friends, that's why you want to work as hard as possible. Get yourself a good job, great education, and amass as much fortune as influence as you possibly can. And that way, when somebody says, well, if you don't do it this way, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Well, then go and take your blank and ball and go home. Don't you think you can, it's, oh my
Adios.
God. Adios. 7:14 in the morning. What was I supposed to do? Portions of the program here brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines. What are they doing there? It's delivering the future. And the guys over at NissanGuam.com want you to keep on trucking, baby. That's the whole deal. Nissan Frontier, a lot of different platforms. In fact, last night I got behind another Nissan Frontier, but it wasn't the same as mine. A little bit more lower to the ground, a little bit more utility, a lot more street activity. Whatever your needs are, there is a Frontier that speaks your language. All of them, though, ready for Guam. They take on any of the terrain, any of the conditions that Guam is going to throw at it. Asphalt, sand, mud, turf, rain, potholes, big rocks from the ocean. It's no problem for this thing. Take a test drive. Get it arranged at NissanGuam.com.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show.
Hey, that's us.
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
What time? 7:15 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. We're working until 10 today. That's the target.
I need the hours, man.
All right, big news here. The Dow up 500 points. We've onto the new 2023 highs. We'll take a look at that in a couple of minutes. Let you know where numbers seem to be going in the markets. Bitcoin was 38 yesterday. Real Joe, a little bit later on, going to give us a sense of where it is right now. In the meantime, I got cousin Troy on the line from Camden News. Bless and Alpha Day.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, bro, did you see the last 20 minutes of the legislature yesterday?
No, I didn't. What happened? I didn't even know they were on.
Well, I'll play the video for you a little bit later on. You're on speakerphone. You're too far away.
Oh, sorry. It's because I'm washing dishes. Oh, here. Is this better?
Much better. Yeah, much better. Okay. Don't you have a guy for that?
It's so dumb.
Well, I don't know how gay people do that. I'm just saying, isn't there a guy? Don't you have a fella for that?
I think in any sort of relationship, in any kind of relationship, 2, 3, 5, 7 people, everyone just has to share responsibilities for everything to work.
Amen to that. And communication is so important. It's so crucial. For instance, I have to change the litter box, and the cat communicates with me in meows and banging on the door at 4:35 in the morning if I'm not up already. Hey, before we get into any news and headlines, and I'll get back up what happened over at the legislature yesterday, I got to dig in and get more information. It's a feature that's been running on Candid now for about the last, month, maybe 2 months or so, and I haven't really gotten a chance to dig into it this morning. But it was an interesting headline in a post: a ceasefire of journalistic ethics for Palestine and a night over at the Hyatt. This is put together and written by Mabel Doge Lujan, and it starts off with It's my Cyber Monday started. Well, not only did I have a big, healthy morning blank, but so did the Saipan Tribune. And it just gets funnier from there. And I'm getting down to the bottom of it, and there's a little byline. Mabel Doge Lujan, a woman of loose morals. She resides in Kakman 5, where she pursues her passions of crochet, beatboxing, and falconry. I have to meet this woman.
Mabel is a genius, and she is awesome.
There was once upon a time there was an Auntie Charo lurking in social media and the internet on Guam.
I remember Auntie Charo. I loved her.
Right. Now, is this the same kind of genetic? No, I don't know about genetic, but it's the same kind of thing except for Saipan. But even Guamanians will get the joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Love it. Love it. So next time, I've only ever found Kakman because I got lost in a rent-a-car in Saipan once, but I couldn't tell you what the directions are to get there.
Well, there's no such thing as Kakman 5.
Yeah. I gather.
So Mabel lives in Saipan. Mabel knows quite a bit about the political machinations, corporate corruption. She's a progressive when it comes to national and international politics. But I think many of your viewers and our audience will appreciate her points on Palestine and Israel.
I certainly did. I certainly did, and among the other things was just kind of that kind of roll your eyes at the usual suspects making the usual noises, and thinking that there needs to be some kind of a ceasefire there because the poor Palestinians are getting themselves blown to bits because their leaders are a bunch of terrorists. And gee, maybe there should have been a ceasefire on October the 7th, just before they started rolling in there and shooting kids at rock concerts from these drones and these ultralights. Maybe there should have been that.
Mabel says very succinctly what I think we all feel, and either we just weren't able to put it into words correctly or we're too shy to say so. But the people who are promoting all of that ceasefire stuff just don't know what they're talking about.
Yes. And it makes it harder for me to swallow some of their other activist lines that are unrelated to Hamas and Israel and the entire Middle East problem. But that in and of itself is, if you're looking for an excuse to go to Candid this morning, find that one there. That certainly is interesting. The other one that captivated my attention yesterday before things started blowing up over at the legislature is this story that now has it named the police officer that was apparently involved in so much of crime and drug corruption here on Guam?
Yeah, the feds alleged that police officer Brian Awa, and we found out late yesterday that he's actually still on the police force under their canine drug detection handler unit, was for years not just a drug trafficker, but a major drug trafficker on the island. We're talking about like hundreds of pounds allegedly of methamphetamine brought into the island and distributed through his alleged drug trafficking organization. It was such a big drug trafficking organization. He had muscle men allegedly to go and collect debts for him.
Wow. Obvious question: does the chief know what's going on?
I asked for a statement. I asked whether anyone in the police department.
We can neither confirm nor deny something investigation, yada, yada, yada. Is that what you got?
Well, I mean, Sergeant Tapau said that he's going to send it up the chain of command and get back to me on it. Fair enough,
All right. Well, you would hope that would not be the case where a fox is guarding the hen house. But
I mean, look at how many different scenarios that have played out at Guam Police Department over the past several years. Going back to the time of the Mangania drug task force, because we can't. I mean, this isn't just the Stephen Ignacio thing. This is sort of like an endemic situation with the Guam Police Department, where all of these allegations supported with all of this evidence, even a federal Bureau of Investigation special agent can get on the stand at the U.S. District Court of Guam and say, this is happening with this law enforcement official on Guam, and he's doing all these things with these politicians, et cetera, et cetera. And the police department comes back with no findings of anything that has happened, or the customs agency, or the marshal's division at the Superior Court. No findings. No one ever is administratively reprimanded, suspended, fired, or hardly anyone is ever. Look at the what do you call it? The red Jeep case. Look at just recently the viral video of the guy getting beaten up in front of a surveillance camera. Look at the situation with the Patels. There are no updates about any of that. It's been beyond 90 days. What's going on?
I was going to say there are fairly unique circumstances where the Attorney General's office is working with internal affairs at the Guam Police Department. I don't know that this falls within those clearly defined guardrails and benchmarks, but maybe certainly this is something that I think maybe the Attorney General ought to be looking at. I forget what the names of it are, but if you've got law enforcement officers now that are not only involved in protecting their own guys, but acting as muscle so that their own guys don't have to worry about any external competition, we'll arrest our own competition in the drug field. I mean, that sounds like it's a conspiracy on steroids.
And that's what in several different federal cases, in several federal unsealed documents, what was largely going on with the Mandania Drug Task Force. Certain people were using the task force to go after drug traffickers who were in competition with drug traffickers who were associated with the people on top.
Details right now, Candid News, and if you've got anything that you add, I don't want to call it a special leak line, but Cousin Troy gets all kinds of stuff from all kinds of people, and maybe you've got an eye on this story or other stories that could put a little bit more light to Candid the situation. Then reach out to Cousin Troy. Why don't you have a great weekend? Would you?
I just wanted to also say, my apologies to your audience and our audience for not covering that great vape debate. I know we should have. We just have our limitations in resources, and I need to cover that more. If for nothing else, because Bistro Mendiola is a very good person.
Oh, she's incredible and very, very learned in the subject. If she was not a part of that debate, then she should have been. At any rate, 7:25. I appreciate that. I don't know. I've had the opportunity to go and got a better offer. What can I say? I'll see you soon, buddy. 888-8255-888-TALK. Cousin Troy from Candid News now this morning. Big news. The Dow up 500 points to a new 2023 high today. That's amazing. Waiting until almost the end of it. I don't have time to get into the whole thing because Jerry Roberts is already in the studio, and I know he's anxious to get to this morning's very special Extra Point. As usual, friends, Friday morning Extra Points are always just a little bit more special because they got to take you all the way through the weekend.
I don't know.
All the way into your Starlink weekend.
I don't know.
You're the only one that's not getting gaga over Starlink. I haven't heard you go girly on the thing.
Oh, Starlink, yeah.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
I've
been
Did you
saying
get
lots of, no.
See?
Not yet.
All right. I figured out how to justify to the partners that we need one. So now we need, you know what? Maybe it's possible that I'll give you the secret passwords when you come in, and then you might be able to use the special Starlinkness.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
God, I
cool.
like you that much.
Oh, I appreciate that very much. I saw a picture of it, and somebody was posting locally that's sitting on the rooftop. Is that thing like super anchored to a roof? It looks like somebody with a screwdriver or a wrench could go on top of somebody's roof and pull that thing off and be off with it. Yeah? Doesn't look like much.
The answer is I don't know. I don't know.
They're going to take the catalytic converter out of that.
Yeah. So on screen right now, this is the one that belongs to Peter Santos.
Yeah, so take a look at that.
Yeah. It looked like patio furniture.
Yeah, someone just grabs that and they got a Starlink.
I don't know how much of the guts of the Starlink are in there or down in any other kind of downstream contraption that sits in the house. I couldn't tell you right now. I'm still new on this as well. Yeah. I'll let you know when it comes in. You can watch us install it.
Okay, cool.
What do you say? 7:27 in the morning.
Yeah.
Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. I'll forewarn you. I'm not with it today. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to try to get through this. Have you ever been in a sort of a funk, kind of like how I feel right now, where you feel stuck? You don't exactly know why, but you can't explain why. You just can't seem to get traction on anything. Maybe you can't focus well. Maybe you can't seem to muster up enough energy. Well, I've gone through periods like that, doing it right now. And if you have, or that's where you are, maybe right now, what I have for you today just might be helpful, and it's coming next on the Extra Point.
Get closer to your next adventure with the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank. Every dollar spent can help you earn miles towards your upcoming trip. Earn 2 times the miles for $1 spent on gas, groceries, and United Airlines tickets. And earn 1 mile for every dollar spent on all other qualifying purchases. Plus, there's no expiration on the miles you've earned. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Feeling stuck, frustrated, or overwhelmed is a common experience that many of us face at one time or another. Procrastination may take over, and we struggle to make decisions. And we might feel like we're weighed down by a heavy blanket that we just can't seem to get out from under. I came across an article on this, and I want to put it out for you to consider. If you know that the feeling that I'm talking about, then here's a series of 3 questions you can ask yourself that may help you focus and start to get back on track. Number 1, what haven't I done yet? And why? One of the primary factors contributing to the feeling of being stuck is the accumulation of unfinished tasks and unresolved issues. By asking this 2-part question, you can gain a clearer understanding of the responsibilities and the commitments that need your attention. I suggest getting a piece of paper and writing all of it down, at least at first. There seems to be a benefit to having a pen or pencil in your hand and writing while you think. You can put it all in an app on your phone later if you want, but initially, write it down by hand. Get everything out. It's a total data dump out of your brain, putting your mind in declutter mode. Then you ask the second part of the question, why haven't you done these things? This gets at the underlying reasons behind your avoidance or delay. If you think you might not know why, well, that hasn't been my experience. I've known why. You're burned out, you don't like your job, you don't want to face one more day working for your boss. Just get it out, whatever it is. Writing down your unfinished business serves as a powerful tool to enable you to regain control. Second question, what's stopping me? This is different from why haven't you done this stuff yet. This has you focus on obstacles, real and imagined, that get in your way and stop your progress. Again, write down whatever barriers you feel are preventing you from taking action. Notice the word I used, barrier. It's stronger than obstacle. An obstacle is something in your path. A barrier, well, that's more substantial, and it's designed to keep you from doing what you want or getting what you want. What's in your way? Is it an obstacle, or do you see it as a barrier? Answering that question may help you to devise strategies that get you closer to moving forward. When you get this on paper and it's staring back up at you, it might not look like the mountain that you felt has been in front of you. Number 3, what is making me frustrated or unhappy? This question is last, and it's last for a good reason. Once you've answered what you haven't done and why, with you making plans to get your life uncluttered, and once you've faced up to what is really in your way, whether it's an obstacle or a barrier or whatever it is you think is there, well, then you'll be better prepared for focusing on your overall state of mind. Sometimes it's not the major issues of life, work included, but the accumulation of little things that push us into darkness. Some people have been there for a long, long time. Minor annoyances, when left unaddressed, can contribute to chronic discontent. Let's take it a step further. These questions may not be the answer for some people. Those who live with these feelings for a lengthy period of time may want to talk with a psychologist. If you don't want to seek help locally, there are numerous online services that can connect you with a licensed professional for so much per hour. Start with writing things down and see where that takes you. It may be that that's all you need to bring clarity to your situation and to get you headed back in the right direction. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank.
All right.
I'm Jerry Roberts.
You certainly are, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of the weekend.
Thank
And, my personal notes are, I've got a variety of mechanisms. I've got a smartphone with apps all over it. I've got an iPad that's with me virtually 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But the most comforting thing that I have, the most comforting tool that I have that reminds me of what I'd like to accomplish and what still needs to get done is a piece of paper that says to do on the top of it and a pen. And more often than not, sometimes a pencil, because every once in a while you need to say, I'm not going to be able to get around to doing that. I need to make space for another priority in my life. Yes, and you can try that as well at 7. And then, as he says, go ahead and put the thing in the to-do. I've got, without belaboring it, one of my favorite things is I've got a calendar. I used to keep a paper calendar, but I found with Notability that I can get, and you can do this with with any of these PDF editors that you can find online.
Notability being an app for your phone.
Notability, yes, an app on your phone or your laptop
pad,
or your computer. It's everywhere. But one of my favorite things is there's these companies that will sell you, and I'm looking for a much less intrusive version of it for 2024. They'll sell you a calendar, and the same notes that you would write on a square in a day, you can still put those little notes in there in your handwriting, or you can drag and drop a picture, and so it will act as kind of a journal of, this is who I was with, this is what we got done, this is what the adventures that we had, these are my notes to myself. Really urge everybody to look into something like that. It's never ever too late to learn new systems, and maybe that's going to be on your to-do for 2024. 7:34 in the morning. Jerry Robertson, this morning's Extra Point, again brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. And note here, it's time to jump into news and headlines with Donna D. This one being brought to you by Hoffaday Realty at gmail.com on the World Wide Web. You might want to call them up and ask them some questions about, hey, listen, I'm interested in some retail space. What do you got on that? Because all anybody talks about is how tough it is to get yourself into a rental situation for your house or apartments or whatever. But there's still all kinds of other great opportunities that you can find out there in the commercial real estate space. And they know all about that. Saran, Jody, Libby, and Auntie Lolita will help you out. Oh, Auntie Lolita? You mean Pika's Best? Yes, her. 588-4232. A bunch of Pika's Best for Burger King, and they remind you Coca-Cola and BK want to give you a chance to win for the holidays. One of 3 incredible prize packages. Details on the radio soon or at BK. Now with news and headlines. Wake up, it's Donna D.
GMH is still waiting for a report on the extent of the mold that has accrued in the hospital due to moisture and flooding from Typhoon Mawar. GMH hired an industrial hygienist meant to do a thorough assessment and provide a mitigation plan. GMH Associate Administrator of Operations William Kondo says they've requested additional sampling, which will take another week to complete. And senators are sending 8 bills to the governor for her consideration. Some of the measures include Senator Sabina Perez's bill that requires administrative review of GovGuam contracts of more than $5 million, and her bill to establish insurance adjuster licensing requirements, and Senator Ray Kinata's bill to require external defibrillators at all GovGuam offices. And about 24 participants graduated from the ship repair boot camp coordinated by GCC and Cabris Marine Corporation. The 12-week camp prepares them for apprenticeships in the industry and eventually placement in well-paying jobs. The legislature recently passed a bill looking to extend the apprenticeship program through 2029. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
That's it. Back to Ray. All right, well, see if I can run up and find a couple of other things that might be interesting. Johnny Coleman, talking to Utah Johnny, talking about posters that he would like to have in his bedroom if he was a teenager today, and he said Elon Musk was the poster that he'd like to have up in his room. And it did get me thinking to a time when I was growing up, where boys did have posters in their bedrooms. Mine would not have been a poster of Elon Musk. As much as I might think that, that's the guy. This is who I should aspire to. It would not have been him. And if I did have a poster when I was about 16, 17 years old in my bedroom, and it looked just like this. Maybe you had one as well. I'm pretty sure that there's a very good chance that you did, because they sold millions of these Farrah Fawcett posters.
It wasn't Matt Dillon.
But Jerry Roberts is making a face. What?
No. Who needs that? When I was growing up, Sandy Koufax, left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers. That's who I wanted to be.
You need to get your weekend started. Jerry, it's always a pleasure seeing you.
I'm sorry. Greatest pitcher ever.
I don't disagree. I'm sure that this woman could throw a ball or two around and catch it, smack something around with a baseball bat.
Number 2, but Sandy Koufax.
Sandy Koufax. All right. See, now you're going to get me thinking about who my teenage hero was and whose picture I would have liked to have had in the thing. Without getting too fawny about it, you know what? There were a couple of pictures that I had in addition on a bulletin board, not necessarily posters, because Johnny Gerber didn't make posters. But I had a publicity shot of Johnny Gerber from back in the day. He was a real big, as you were, as my father was, real big inspiration for me to get into the radio game. And my folks knew his sister, and there were pictures and things like that. It was always kind of cool. 7:38 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. More like that on the way. Stick around, Brown.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
Sure, you can eat my breakfast bagels during breakfast time, but they're actually available all day long. That means you can enjoy them for lunch, second lunch, your pre-dinner snack, dinner, your post-dinner snack, or your post-dinner pre-midnight munchies. I don't judge. They're only 2 for $4.50, so go wild. Price and participation may vary.
Mount Carmel School announces its first annual Teacher Fair and Student Enrollment Drive. Mount Carmel is Guam's newest charter school and continues to accept transfer students and applications for employment. If you are an elementary or middle school teacher, join us Saturday, December 2nd from 11 to 3 at the GPO Food Court for information about current and future teaching and staff positions. Call the new Mount Carmel Academy Charter School today for information about our Teacher Fair and student info. Pre-K through 8th grade. Join us. Oh, there's supposed to be traffic now? Nobody wants me to put the map up there. I've got the Farrah Fawcett poster.
Farrah Fawcett.
Right? Who doesn't remember that scene in Saturday Night Fever? Yeah. where John Travolta and then sends a kiss over to her. Come on, guys. All right, let me see if I can scare up some traffic here this morning. Here is the map. Did we do this last hour?
No.
I didn't think so.
There was probably no traffic
I got to jump in and get another look. I reconnoiter the scene and see what's going on. All right, I got to zoom out a lot further than that. All right, northbound traffic, Marine Corps Drive, non-existent. Southbound, on the other hand, well, there's a different story. Southbound around Ipao as usual, heading into Waisengsong. A little intersection traffic on Waisengsong that's preventing a lot of people from making it that much busier at that intersection. Once you pass it, though, you should be fine till you get to 1 and 3. And if you're southbound, again, no major problems, but traffic coming off of Route 3 experiencing some delays right now. Nothing major at Route 16 at the intersection of the Micronesia Mall, southbound to 8, 10, and 16. The busy parts are on the 10 side and northbound on Route 8. Otherwise, dogging out traffic in some of the usual spots on Route 8 all the way into downtown Agutnia. Route 4 running pretty clear right now considering it's 20 to 8. Don't see a whole lot of traffic at the usual places on Route 4 that'll slow you down. And just a basic intersection right about now. Getting into downtown Agutnia area, no sweat. Southbound past Adelup and into Essen and PD and Polaris Point. Everything's just a little bit of intersection traffic. It'll get busy at the intersection of 2 and 1 over at Big Navy, and maybe a little bit of APRA construction traffic going to slow you down as well. But otherwise, that's not bad for a Friday morning and not bad for 7:40 on a Friday morning. There it is right now, traffic. This is The Point.
Do you or a loved one suffer from severe joint, muscle, or bone pain? Do you currently suffer from autoimmune conditions such as gout, lupus, or rheumatoid arthritis? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. GRMC is pleased to welcome Dr. Tirakanok, Guam's only rheumatology provider. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
Oh, that's sweet. Dwayne Santos. And I don't know how much tongue-in-cheek he's got in this, but he writes in this morning on Facebook, he says, "May everyone have a great Friday and weekend, and may the power of Starlink save us." I must activate my day's duties. All right, we'll get to it, brother. All right, where am I supposed to go here? It's 7:42 in the morning. Here's a note, 24 shopping days left till Christmas. J.B. St. Nicholas would say, well, it's actually 23 and about 17, 16 hours between now and then. And we get you, and I appreciate the accuracy, but the clock is ticking. We'll let's suffice that to say the clock is ticking. And here's what I want you to do. Number one, go and get yourself something fantastic for Christmas. If you've got a dog, take the dog on a trip to the Bougie Booney Dog Salon. They're right there in Tamuning, thebougieBooney.com on the World Wide Web, or WhatsApp Katie at 797-4163. Now, here's another thing, because I know a lot of people that don't have dogs. I, as an example, don't have a dog, but I know people that do have a dog that's got stinky breath and eye boogers and all of that stuff. And so I would go to Katie and say, hey, Katie, 797-4163, can I get a gift certificate for my friend with a dog that's got stank breath and eye boogers? And I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Details can be found at thebougieboony.com.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Quarter away from 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and I received some, I don't know if it's good news or bad news here this morning, but I was cruising on Instagram, and a very close, very dear personal friend and acquaintance, and one of my excuses for going to the Philippines sent me a note that said that Kath Neal is over. On screen right now. You don't recognize these two people up on the screen? Catherine Bernardo and the guy, I always forget his name, but they've been acting together in a bunch of Filipino rom-coms. As I've mentioned many, many times in past, I don't like any movies that come out of the States anymore because they all suck and they're all like, pointing their finger and trying to woke me for some damn reason. Yeah. So I'm like, never mind that. And I discovered a few years ago how much I love Philippine rom-coms, and the king and queen of Philippine rom-coms for years have been Catherine Bernardo and I'm not going to remember his name. It'll come to me in a second. Hold on. Anyway, Daniel Padilla. And so on Instagram this morning, there is a link to her story where she shares her statement, said, chapter closed. I hope this finally helps all of us move forward. I won't be entertaining questions about this anymore. Thank you for understanding. And then it goes on with an actual story. Now, if I was the producer of the show, I'd put that sad music behind us. I'm well aware of the rumors and speculations going around, and as hard as it is to put everything into words, I want you to hear it straight from me. It's true that Deej and I have decided to part ways. What Deej and I had was real. It was never for the show. We were together not because of the cameras, not because of the fans, not because of the money that comes with a successful love team. We were genuinely in love. We grew up together, dreamed together, and saw many of those dreams become a reality still together. That's almost half of my life that I would never regret and would never trade for anything in the world. So beautiful lines that she's writing here this morning. Deej and I will continue to support each other as we try to heal and move forward from this. We will continue to love you and make you proud, but we hope you understand that this is something we really need. We hope that you can join us in this healing process and not let those precious memories go to waste. And then she uses a phrase that I had to look up, kaya natin to.
We got this.
Yep. We got this.
Oh, I thought I'm single now. Anong single ang...
That's what I was... Well, that's,
ang single ko.
What's an appropriate amount of time to wait? is the question.
I'm free.
I'm sure that Deej is asking that question. What's an appropriate time to wait? Is the Havana Cafe still open? LA Air Force, can we hang out there? And then Kath Neal. I mean, how long do you wait before you decide that you're going to be making your move? I think they have been to Guam. It would not surprise me if they had a couple of movies that Rico will know. If anybody knows, it'll be Rico. Yeah, Rico or Sarita will know. If there's anybody that will know, if they have been here and maybe have their autographs and stuff, Sarita, etc., and Rico. We'll see what happens and what develops with all of this. But there's, I follow Catherine, what's her name, around for a long, long time. From the movies and Facebook and Instagram and things like that. So
stalking.
It's not stalking. It's not stalking if there's already 7,900 other people there.
Yeah.
They're just, studio time, 7:47. Rico B says, we can do this. Yes, and he's got the laughing face, but he's also got the smiley face with the Valentine's eyes. Sinabi mo man, says Jefe. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, Pinoy love theme. Next naman, says Rico B. We're all going to be in that mood. I forget what the word is, but there's words.
Bolero?
No. There's words in Tagalog to describe virtually every romantic situation information that there is, and I'm sure that everybody's reaching for one now. 7:48 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show. Just real quick, while I got some time, let me go back on the market report and find out what happened out there, because I don't want the day to go to waste, especially if one of the big stories is just how massive the Dow was today. Why was that? Well, you take a look at some of the numbers popping in, up 520 points there at 35,950. And according to the guys over at CNBC, that's the high point for the entire year for the Dow. NASDAQ not so well. They're down by 32 points, but the S&P 500 picked up 17 or so. So the big winner, obviously, is going to be the Dow. FTSE is up by 30.2. I got the Nikkei unchanged from yesterday, closing at 33,486. Hang Seng up by 50. Shanghai up by 8. VIX is down by less than a half a point, and the DAX is up by 48 points. As I said, big winner on the in the markets is going to be the Dow, led up by Salesforce, Inc., United Health, Boeing, American Express, and Travelers. At the bottom, Intel, Walmart, Chevron, Walgreens, and Nike. Let me see. Looking at the commodities, I've got gold at $2,036 an ounce. Sounds like a lot of money, and it is. But it's actually off by about $10. Let me see. I got oil. That's West Texas crude trading at $75.76. That is down from yesterday at $77.86. So West Texas moving in the right direction. TAP is still bucking my trend. What's up with that? 85.11 yesterday for Tapas. Today it's $86.56 for a barrel of Tapas crude. And then after you get it refined and all of that, and that's why we still have $5.10 a gallon gas. If you're going to Japan, 148.2 is the bank numbers in exchange. Let me see. Kitsuto in Japan said something about the exchange rate at the DoD Community Bank there being 144 yen to the dollar. It's been better in the last couple of weeks, so it looks like it's definitely showing the weaknesses there. Philippine peso, where Catherine is 55.52. Can you just see her strolling up and down High Street in BCG all by herself, just playing with the cats at
we'll
BGC?
Always have BCG.
I've got the South Korean won, 1,323. Sorry, it's in my head all day. That's like, what can I say? I'm going to go home and watch Barcelona again. In 10 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning, 888-8255. Last number here that we like to look at is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, it's at 37,754.
How much again?
37,754.
All right. Okay. So down from 38 from yesterday.
Yeah.
I got you. Let me see. 9 away from the top of the hour. Fox News Live's coming up. Donna D with some more news and headlines after that. And as I said, we're looking for all kinds of different news stories to keep you entertained, informed, engaged in the program today. And if you are feeling it with the post from Catherine Bernardo, then by all means, don't hide your emotions. Let them show. Maybe a happy hour. You know what? You need to be at something hopeful, like the park lighting ceremony tonight at Triangle Park.
While it's empty, heart is full.
Exactly. Thank you, Real Joe. Who's on the phone?
It's Daryl Christopher Barnett. Pika's best.
Pika's best senator. He's on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos Day. Chris Barnett.
Good morning, Guam. Viva Betness.
Biba, indeed. Well, and even more Betness and Biba, because we don't have to worry so much about session today. or do we? I don't know. Is there a way that we can, notwithstanding, make a motion and have session come back even after it was all done and we sent the paperwork off to the government? What the hell was that all about yesterday?
I don't know, Ray, but I was sitting right next to Senator Parkinson the whole session, and GPA was saying that they wanted us to deal with the bill, and so I leaned over and I told Senator Parkinson, hey, if you want a motion to put the bill on, I think we might agree to just put it on and debate it and discuss it and vote it up and down and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him a couple of times, I think there might have been a change of heart. So if you put it on. And he said, I'll think about it. And then we went to extension remarks, and he stood up and bashed the body for not wanting to hear his bill when I just minutes before said, hey, let's put it on if we're going to put it on. And so we were already confused because I know when he had come in and tried to put the bill on, he had told some of his colleagues that he didn't even think the bill would end load shedding. So, and I think when he said that, he kind of killed the bill before it even got on. And
Yeah, but he still got the votes. I mean, he still got the votes, and the motion passed. And
Yes.
oddly, in what would have normally been the I'm going to pat myself on the back here for about 5 minutes. Those remarks that all of a sudden turned into another one of these primers on standing rules and Mason's rules.
Yeah, and I think what Speaker was doing basically was telling Senator Parkinson, put your money where your mouth is. I mean, don't sit here and bash on the body and try and blame load shedding on the legislature when you have the opportunity to put the bill on the floor. And I think that's why she put the bill on the floor. And then, Senator Parkinson didn't even want to stand up and speak on his bill, and we adjourned without objection. So I think a lot of us are this morning scratching our heads trying to figure out what he was trying to do or what he wasn't trying to do. But as far as I'm concerned, we're adjourned. That session's over, and he had all of the opportunity in the world to get that bill on the floor where he said he wanted it. And I just can't figure out why he did what he did. I mean, yeah, it gets fiery in there sometimes, right? But when you have the opportunity to do something and you stand up and say that you don't and you want to bash on the colleagues, I think that Senator Brown and Speaker Terlahi really they really laid it out pretty clean. And I was going to get up and speak too, but there was really nothing else left to say. And yeah, I just don't understand why Senator Parkinson would even say that he wanted to hear the bill in December session when we're actually sitting in a session right now.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing didn't really make sense. And I'm also not sure why I heard Simon earlier bashing on Senator Sabina. You should be getting on Senator Parkinson's case for exactly what we just talked about. I mean, if a GPA says they needed to hear the bill and we had the opportunity to put it on, and the chairman of the committee didn't do it, so I think the problem should be with Senator Parkinson. Yeah.
Well, as I said, the fireworks were pretty, I think, heady, and we got a little bit of bloviating from Senator Tom, Senator / Attorney Fisher got up there, like it says, like Baptist minister. There's it's on the screen right now. He's got a Bible in one hand and a binder in the other. The chapter and the verse.
Here comes Tom with the Bible. Look out.
Yeah, I got you. It was a crazy afternoon yesterday, and obviously everybody wanted to get out there and get to Frank Bloss's fundraiser over at the venue. I saw you there. I was going to say hello and congratulate you on Pika's Best, but didn't have the opportunity. You were moving like the wind, buddy.
Yeah, and then you walked right by me, and I was in a little mini caucus with Senator Tello and Senator Sabina. So, yeah, I missed you there. But Senator Frank Bloss, and I kind of wanted to get up and talk about this yesterday, and there's a bunch of stuff I actually wanted to talk to you about. But, when Senator Brown was talking about freshman senators and, there's a few of us in this body, I think there's so much to learn from everyone in here. And, Senator Bloss, I'm learning from him. I'm learning from, Speaker Terlahi, obviously. And I'm learning from all of my colleagues and learning, what to do and what not to do. So, when these guys get up and they kind of spout that wisdom, I'm all ears, man. And I think, again, Senator Brown and Speaker Terlahi, Senator Parkinson had left the building, and he actually came back. And I'm not sure why he spent all that energy coming back when, he didn't really genuinely want to get that bill on. But, yeah, there's so much to learn here.
Did not Senator Joanne Brown, and I don't know, when I see things and I hear things, did she not kind of scold on Parkinson for not showing up to sessions and not showing up as often to certain legislative functions?
Yeah, she did. And there was an incident, and this was in the media where he was absent and he said he was out sick, and I think one of my colleagues had said as much on the floor, and then it turned out he was at a chess tournament, so Senator Brown did kind of call that out. And,
okay.
And yeah.
Well, especially if you're in a session where you've got an opportunity to make a motion while you're in session to move forward on the bill instead of waiting until the session is over, and we're in kind of a perfunctory, less than ministerial part where it's just these remarks that need to get read into the record. Real interesting stuff here. You scored a home run on this unanimous vote supporting your measure to put body cams on cops. I'm 100% behind it as well. I just want to make sure that they turn off when they go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I thank my colleagues for their support on this. I think the policemen in the body, Senator Joseph Augustine and Senator Blas, were kind of messing with me a little bit yesterday. They had a laugh. They were they're kind of playing like they were going to have a problem with the bill, and then we all kind of had a big laugh afterwards. But yeah, it's a long overdue measure, and I'm really grateful not just for the support of all of my colleagues, but for the support of the Chief of Police and the Guam Police Department. And I just pray that the governor signs it. But Ray, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I also want to thank everybody who voted for me for PICA's best senator. I didn't get the opportunity to vote, but in talking to some of my friends, apparently it was a process. You had to click on the thing, get a code, jump through 3 hoops, howl at the moon. So I thank everybody who took the time out to vote for me. You know, I'm not trying to be the best. Good is what I'm trying to be, but I'll take best if that's what you guys are saying. So thank you so much on that. But
well,
man,
you haven't disappointed a whole lot of people in a lot of places, although I am getting a question from at least one listener that wants you to state for the record what your position is on the Middle East. Seems to me there was a resolution opportunity, and yours was among several names that did not support that resolution. I'm a little bit disappointed in that because I thought what the Hamas did in Israel was just barbaric, and I don't think that they deserve any any quarter in this battle now to end Hamas that it seems like the Israelis are obviously hell-bent on doing right now.
Yeah, Rand, I never said that I don't condemn Hamas. All I said was if the people of Guam are saying different things and this resolution is going to the Congress to represent what the people of Guam are saying, then I think we should consider all the voices. That's all I ever said about that. And, it is what it is, and I think that there are many issues that we're not going to agree on, but I think there are more that we will agree on. And, I'm not going to please everybody. I didn't run to please everybody. I ran to do the best job I can for the people of Guam, and I think there are many issues happening right here on our island that I got to deal with. And, I could appreciate everyone's focus on international matters, but my focus primarily is on what's happening right here on Guam soil. Not to say that I don't read the news and I'm not concerned with what's happening in the news. But again, on that specific issue, that's all I said is we're elected to speak for the people of Guam. And if I'm going to send something to the U.S. Congress or be party of sending something to the U.S. Congress, then I want to make sure that it's truly representing what the people of Guam said, whether that's we're calling for a ceasefire like, many governments are starting to do now, an entire ceasefire on both sides, or, that's condemning Hamas and supporting Israel, whatever it is, that's what I said, and I want to clarify that because I've heard you talking about that and your listeners talking about that, and just for the record, that's all I said was that I said if we want to send this over there, let's make sure we're reflecting what the people of Guam actually think about this issue.
Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, I reserve the right to extend this telephone call and a debate over a couple of cold beers one of these nights.
Sure, man, Ray, and can I give you a ring next week because there's a bunch of issues with Head Start. Like we're looking at GDOE as they've dropped the ball and failed big on Head Start, and now Head Start is basically no more extensions, 90 days to comply with a whole bunch of, to me, basic things that can be very easily. And if they don't comply in these 90 days, we could be looking at the Head Start plug getting pulled for our kids. And that, to me, I'm pissed about it.
Well, I don't understand how they got to be PICA's best government of Guam agency with all of the stuff that we've been talking about here. It's just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we'll get together on just swing by the radio station on Monday or Tuesday or something like that. Yeah, we'll get you all kinds of airtime.
Shoot, man. Okay, maybe Tuesday. I got a bunch of stuff Monday. Thanks,
Real Joe going to work it out. I'll see you pretty soon. PICA's best senator. That's Chris Barnett on the line. Just after 8 o'clock, Fox News now.
Fox News.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the second floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuning.
Hafide, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
A governor who's running for president faces off tonight against a governor who isn't a candidate right now.
The war of words began brewing between California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, sometime over COVID. Newsom even aired an ad in Florida last summer.
Let's talk about what's going on in America. Freedom, it's under attack in your state. Your Republican leaders, they're banning books.
After both men won their re-elections last year, the fight only seemed to get more intense. Earlier this year, DeSantis noted the number of people who have left California during COVID, many of whom came to his state.
This is a result of better governance in states like Florida. It is a result of poor governance in these left-wing states. That's why people are moving.
Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Fox's Sean Hannity moderates the red versus blue state debate beginning at 9 Eastern on Fox News Channel. Cher hits a new milestone driven by a new single.
The pop icon now becomes the second musical act to have a new Billboard #1 song for a 7th straight decade. And it's all thanks to
DJ play a Christmas song.
DJ Play a Christmas Song from her first ever Christmas album that just came out hit the top of the Billboard Dance Electronic Song sales. The singer, known for such hits as Turn Back Time and Believe, has had a hit every decade since the 60s. Back then, it was part of the Sonny and Cher duo with I Got You, Babe. The other act to hit the same milestone? The Rolling Stones. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Best month in more than a year on Wall Street. The Dow jumping 520 points today. And for November, the Dow and the S&P up nearly 9%. The NASDAQ more than 10%. Tech shares often leading the way. Microsoft up 11% for November. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
LimeAway is the expert hard water cleaner that provides solutions to your lime, calcium, and rust stains. It's scientifically proven to eliminate lime scale deposits, leaving your home clean from hard water stains, bathtub, bathroom tiles, shower doors, sinks, and toilet bowl stains. LimeAway can eliminate them all. Get your bottle of LimeAway at your nearest mom and pop store and never be embarrassed by those ugly stains again. LimeAway, distributed by Cosmos Distributing.
Mount Carmel School announces its first annual Teacher Fair and Student Enrollment Drive. Mount Carmel is Guam's newest charter school and continues to accept transfer students and applications for employment. If you are an elementary or middle school teacher, join us Saturday, December 2nd from 11 to 3 at the GPO Food Court for information about current and future teaching and staff positions. Call the new Mount Carmel Academy Charter School today for information about our Teacher Fair and student info. Pre-K through 8th grade. Join us.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A social media threat led a Harvest Christian Academy to cancel classes yesterday morning. Out of an abundance of caution, classes and school-related activities were canceled for the day as police officers were on the scene. Harvest Ministries executive pastor Jared Baldwin says an anonymous post was made on Instagram from an account called HCA Confessions, which Baldwin confirms is not an official Harvest channel. The post stated that an individual was going to bring a gun to the school. Baldwin says this kind of incident has never happened at the campus, but the faculty and staff were fully prepared. It remains unclear if it was a student who made the threat. The investigation is ongoing. And pandemic-impacted small businesses may be able to start applying for the second round of the Local Employers Assistance Program, or LEAP 2, by January. It's a federally and locally funded aid program totaling up to $20 million. GITA Administrator Melanie Mendiola says Governor Lulian Guerrero's executive order on LEAP 2 is being finalized, which will be followed by GITA's crafting of policies and procedures before actually opening up the application. The governor has already set aside $5 million in ARP funds for LEAP 2. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Senator Jesse Lujan has introduced a resolution in the Guam legislature backing Congressman Jim Moylan's resolution introduced in the House that reinforces U.S. support for the Philippine government's effort to protect its domestic waters from communist China incursions. Manila and Beijing remain at odds over the territorial boundaries in the Philippine Sea. Lujan says any endangerment in the Philippines can bring danger to Guam as well. He adds that showing support for the Marcos administration is also important as Guam continues to pursue a Guam-only Philippine visa waiver that could boost tourism from the Philippines. And 36 men and women are now officially part of the Guam Customs and Quarantine Agency, ready to take on the duty to protect Guam's borders. The 13th CGA training cycle had their graduation ceremony at the Dusitani late Wednesday afternoon. With this batch, Guam Customs has hit 2 milestones. Not only is this the largest cycle in customs history since its first and second cycles in 1995 and 97, but the agency has its first officer of FSM descent among their graduates. The graduates trained for 9 months through GCC's Criminal Justice Academy. They will be safeguarding Guam through screening passengers at all 5 ports of entry for possible threats. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Let's see if I can get some weather into the thing here. I was trying to see if there was an appropriate point, or at least what I thought was an interesting point in the conversation yesterday that took place over at the legislature. And yeah, it might make a big deal about it because honestly, there really wasn't any other big news that was coming out of any place yesterday. The fact that there was all of this squabble going on in the last couple of minutes, the last literally 25 minutes of session, overscores, if you ask me, the kind of legislation that made it out of the legislature and made it survive the session and made its way to the governor's office. So maybe more on that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning, mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees, east winds 10 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 22. There's partly cloudy tonight and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Tomorrow, another mostly sunny day, Real Joe. Another day.
Yeah,
Short
solar
bikini,
flare, baby.
beach, yeah, cooler, whatever. Did I say bikini already? Yeah, several bikinis. That's what we need in the mostly sunny Saturday that is ahead of us. Sunday is also likewise going to be mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Going to be gusty winds today, tomorrow, Friday, Sunday could see gusts as high as 26 miles an hour. So I don't know what that means. I'm going to leave. I'll go ahead and leave the tarps up if that's all right with everybody. 30% chance of rain. Rip current warning out there. Might be some Portuguese man of wars. I'm not really sure. We'll see if we can get some details on that down the road. Sunrise this morning was at 6:28. Sunset tonight should be about 5:51. Hashtag tell the others. There's it. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Santa's coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas Loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
Yes, portions of the program here is brought to you by, let me see, the guys over at Subway. Got a refresh to Be Fresh. Multiple items that we want you to look at subwaypacific.com. They've got this incredible Subway series. A bunch of them, your favorite sandwiches. They've just been up leveled here in flavor. Subwaypacific.com. Figure out which one you want. Tell them how you want it, and then let them know whether you're going to pick it up or go ahead, a little bit extra, and enjoy the convenience of delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com, powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You got a refresh to Be Fresh. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by American president lines. They are delivering the future.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Well, that was an exchange. And probably should have. No, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I probably could have built in a little bit more time for a discussion about what happened on October the 7th in Israel. You already know how I feel about it. Chris feels that he's being a little bit more democratic, saying, look, I'm a representative of all of the people, and not everybody agrees the same way about what happened out there. And he was uncomfortable sending a document that was as one-sided as it was to Washington, D.C. Agree, disagree, vote, don't vote. Or if you want, I mean, there's I don't want to say there's a running gunfight on Facebook right now on the subject, but, you know, I can take a look and see what some of the comments are right now on that and a few other things that are taking place. Just real quick, Renee Lau watching the program. So is Elaine Marie Kamatsu, Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, and Anna Hahn is online. Maybe see you on Sunday morning. It was Jose said, important to ask Barnett about his accusations that the United States created Hamas. And never mind Barnett's response. There's a response from Randy Landis says it's pretty well known that the U.S. has been funding Hamas for years. Okay, back to load shedding. Simon Sanchez is online, says, my criticism of Senator Perez was based on a 10-month delay from hearing to action for a bill that is good and could have helped avoid the need for Parkinson's bills if it had been passed prior to GPA's recent procurements now protested. I'm glad the body did pass her good bill. I just wish it didn't take 10 months. Hey, my brother, big brother, Chris Carrillo, online. What's the band? Daughter band. Hanging out with us.
Yeah, Dada Band.
Big man online. Charlie Hermosa is there. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, Rob Greeno hanging out on this side. Barnett specifically stated that the United States created Hamas, says Jose. Barnett is waffling right now. Spoken like a true politician, thought he was different. Rico wants him to say, no, yes, it is. Rico wants to hear Barnett say, I condemn Hamas. Not sure if that's going to happen in the space of the phone call. Greg Karabrock, Greg Karabrock, any watch parties going on for the blue-red state debate at noon today? Not that I know of, doggone it. But that would be awesome to get to. If you don't know what it is, they've been talking about this on Brian Kilmeade's show over the last several days. It's going to be it's DeSantis out of Florida. And who's the airhead? What's the name of the airhead governor in Newsom? Gruesome Newsom in California, and it will be an interesting debate. You might hear more and more about it on the newscasts from Fox at the top of the hour between now and the end of the program. We are not going to be covering it live. It's a Fox television event, and so. Not going to be able to hear it here, but the suggestion is that, you know, you can find Fox and somebody will be covering it on the YouTubes, I'm sure, or somewhere else on the internet. Just keep an eye out for it. Kat Phillips-Uggan is there. Some nice posts from her online on the tweeters. Joe Takai is there. John Ananich, Buenos Aires to Donna D, who says, I love Cher because somebody wrote that Cher is an android.
She's dating like a 25-year-old, right?
No,
she's 92 or something.
I've stopped keeping track.
She's amazing.
I don't know isn't she one of those people that says if Trump wins the election, she's leaving the country and moving to Cuba or some places? Her and there are like two or three other people.
Stop using oil of
and I'm like, go, just go then. Because you guys said that the last time, well, Trump's so bad, I'm going to leave America, I'm not proud of America anymore, blah, 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 I'm going to leave the country. And they didn't. They kept staying. And you get these guys that are like on Twitter and they're just getting hammered and ratioed all the time, and they stay there and just take the abuse. And I'm still not sure why. I got Troy Uggan online, Clinac Kent telling Donna that Clinac loves Cher as well. So we got all kinds of conversation going on back and forth on the onlines here. Might be a couple of folks that I haven't checked in on. on the YouTube side. Lisa Greeno on that side as well. Not the FBI, says Chris, now a true politician. Didn't answer the question, just word jambalaya. There's Kitsuto in Japan, rooting for the Dallas Cowboys. They're playing about 11:15 this morning. Crazy fun that's going to be. Lupin Guam, we were talking about solar weather, says we should just close down EPAL for this sun thing just because it made no sense before and we need to be consistent. No, absolutely. I'm with you. We're going to do crazy things for absolutely no really, really good reason. But it's coming. It's coming. I've spent a little bit of time cruising around on the interweb, Twitter in particular. And one of the things that I note on Twitter is an alarming number of stories. They've given the name. We now have a name for that Chinese pneumonia thing.
Oh, yeah. What is it, man?
White lung. White lung. Massachusetts. Second U.S. state that reports the mysterious pneumonia wave, white lung outbreak following case surge in China and Europe. And
that's a little racist, Ray.
Here it comes. Now there's the first of the graphics. Hope you can make it out on the screen that says another pandemic. And, but the question now is, will we put up with it? Will there be just blind obedience as there was before? Somebody said that there needs to be this. Here comes the WHO, the CDC.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And Big Pharma and everybody in the world said, it's a lock everything down. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And we all said, that sounds reasonable, given what we know, what we don't know.
We need a new vaccine.
There was that, too. And we'll make it, we'll cloak the vaccine in so much science and scientific BS, like it has to travel. It can only travel in sub-zero temperatures. And we'll have to engage in somebody that can design, implement, and build these refrigeration units so that the vaccine can go all the way to Guam on empty United airplanes in sub-zero temperatures. And the question that I have is,
they put it in the Yeti, Ray.
Where's mine? I know you're not using it anymore. Where's my own? I want my own. I want to be able to put my beer in that on like a Friday with no ice and just make it so it's still cold on Monday. You know what I mean?
They're calling it white lung?
White lung is...
What's it in Chinese? Guaylo lung?
I don't... I couldn't tell you.
Guaylo.
Hold on, I scooched away from the story. There's another almost as excruciating a picture. It's a graphic. It's a video of Cher, who is still on tour. Yeah. And you remember last week when Dolly Parton got all dressed up like a cheerleader
for the Cowboys game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Islands
in the Stream.
Are you offended by that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I was just going to say Dolly Parton can do whatever the hell she wants.
No, I agree. And I bristle at the idea that there are people, and I think that there must have been a whole lot of people that felt that she was being kind of jingoistic and make America great all over again or whatever it is, dressed up in a thing that were very, very overly critical about that. Same bunch of ninnies that are overly critical about what's her name, Trump, the former first lady, that wore to what's her name, Carter's funeral, one of her several funerals, because she wasn't wearing black like the other first ladies were.
Wow.
She was wearing gray. She had a gray overcoat. Well, the people don't like anything to do with Trump, and they figured that gray was just too splashy and too colorful for her to. I know the Trump derangement syndrome is what we've got here. But anyway, I scooched out of that story. Amidst escalating fears of white lung pneumonia in China, Congress insists on completing CDC transparency regarding the situation. The move is fueled by WHO's struggle for access and information from the Chinese. The Chinese will tell you what the Chinese want to tell you when they want to tell it to you, and that's all you get to hear about all of that stuff. So I don't know that we can expect any kind of transparency out of these people. Certainly wasn't given to us at any point moving forward in the whole COVID-19 conversation out of China and after all of these years. So I don't know.
I'm still gonna eat at P.F. Chang's, Ray.
You know what? I'm still and China House, Lee Garden, bro. Lee Garden, Pika's best, Lee Garden. That's what I'm saying. 8:22, and I'm going to sit right next to you as well. I'm not going to be messing around with this 6-foot distancing. I think at this point all of us have to be very, very clear on what we will and will not accept out of the so-called authorities when it comes to any new kind of diseases coming from anywhere. 8:23 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Dr. Akimoto in a second, but I've got a prettier name on line 2. I'm going to be going with Allison Harley, who is in charge of GAIN, and among the many activities this weekend that are going to be taking place is pet adoption. Good morning, Allison. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Not bad. Not bad. Happy, what is it, Friday? Happy into the weekend. And I know that you guys are going to be like super busy. Tell me about the pet adoption quest to get a new furry member of a family into somebody's home.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have our second annual Home for the Holidays event where we are partnered with PDC Wholesale. They're an awesome partner who donates much-needed dog and cat food to us throughout the year. And they just wanted to continue doing this pet adoption event. So tomorrow at the GAIN shelter up in Gigo from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., we will have the adoption event. We're going to have a few other pet vendors. Animal Control is going to be there offering some services like microchipping, rabies vaccines, and pet licensing. And then we're also going to have the Pono food truck there handing out some good food. And then all adoptions are going to have an additional $25 off. So it's $100 flat for all the bells and whistles. You know, it covers the spay and neuter surgery. It covers the microchip that comes with the adoption and all that good stuff. So it's going to be a great time, and we'd really love for people to bring their families out and hopefully fall in love with one of our pets.
Well, you know, it's Christmas time already, Allison.
Yes,
will you and the rest of the GAIN people get all dressed up and be in Christmas mode?
Unfortunately, no Christmas outfits. We got to keep our staff shirts on so people know who we are, but that is a good idea.
well, somebody else can roll around there. Now, this is the latest in just a rash of pet adoption opportunities that has been heralded, obviously, by GAIN and so many of your supporters here on Guam. Any idea how many pets have been adopted through programs like this one?
Oh, gosh. In total, I wouldn't have a number off the top of my head, but, you know, annually we're usually adopting out around 500 animals. And then, of course, we're not even, you know, thinking of the other rescue groups that do their own adoption events and stuff. So, you know, the action on Guam amongst the pet community is great right now. And, you know, there's a lot of people involved in giving their all, so it's really great to see this type of stuff happening.
Well, it's nice that you're working with PDC and their wholesalers and some of the suppliers, including Kibbles and Bits, Milkbone, which is awesome. That you dip it into some beer, so tasty and so good for you. A lot of people, if you go to Carabao, and they love dogs over at Carabao, they've got you know big jars of the Milkbones, and I checked with Anna. It's okay to snack on those every once in a while if you're a human. Just leave some for the dogs. Just make sure you leave some for the dogs. And with that, Dr. Akimoto hung up. That's funny. Gravy Train, Meow Mix, and 9 Lives Pet Foods are all part of making sure that this becomes a super reality. You guys going to be doing anything else between now and New Year's?
We may have some little events here and there just with some adoption promotions or little goodies and giveaways and stuff, but this is probably going to be our largest event for the month of December. All right.
Now, can you give me an idea of what kind of dogs and cats are going to be up for adoption here? We've got kitten-age kittens, older cats, same thing. We got little tiny puppies running around the place, little lowrider dogs. You know, are they more mature? What kind of selection do we have?
Yeah, I mean, everything that you described, we have it all. We've definitely got the little itty-bitty kittens and puppies around 8 weeks old and into kind of teenage age. And then, of course, we've got our young adults and some older pets, both cats and dogs. So we've got the full spectrum, and we've got a lot of really great, unique-looking animals. And so we're really excited for people to come up and meet them. They're all really deserving of great homes. So we're hoping to clear the shelter out as well, if possible. You know, there's a good number up there, but I think we can definitely do it. And if people have questions about, you know, if they're first-time pet owners or anything like that, our staff is more than happy to discuss those questions and concerns with people to make sure that they feel like it's the best fit and they're really comfortable.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, I had to laugh when you were talking about interesting looking animals, because that's what somebody said about my cat. And when I went to go and pick her up and full blown adopter, she was interesting looking because she only had one eye.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it wasn't in the center of her head. It was, she got two eyes. They were just, she got, some kind of infection and lost the other one. But I love my one-eyed cat. She makes up for it by meowing louder. Now, there are people that are very specific in what they want, and they won't just go for any cat. As an example, if I had the opportunity to get another cat into the house, I'm not saying I do, but if it came up, a ginger female cat. Usually the gingers end up being boys, and they turn into just rascally old tomcats. And I want to say that ginger girls are a little bit more entertaining.
Yes, yeah, and it's a rarity to find a ginger female cat. They do come through our doors pretty often, though. Yeah. Usually if people are looking for something very specific, we do recommend that people come up, once a week or every other week, just because, excuse me, our turnover rate, is pretty high. So maybe you show up tomorrow and you don't meet someone that sparks that flame, but if you come next weekend, that little animal could very well be there. So we just encourage coming regularly.
One last thing here. What is required of me? I mean, walking in with my wallet and some folding money from the ATM, that's one thing. Is there anything that you need to know about me before you let me take one of your animals home?
Well, there is just the adoption application that each person fills out. And it does have to get approved by the staff. And if there are any questions or concerns, they will, of course, address that and discuss that with the applicant. But ultimately, that's really all that we need. And, of course, just honesty and transparency. If there are situations that you're dealing with at home that you may not know how to handle that in terms of a pet, just start the conversation. We understand that everybody's got crazy lives, but they still may want a fur baby, and we're there to support and encourage that. But I will just say, if anybody is coming up to the shelter tomorrow specifically for the services offered by animal control, so, microchipping your already currently owned pet and all of that, to just, bring, it is a cash-only service, so anything like that. And then please just make sure your pets are nice and friendly. Sometimes they get nervous up there, and it can be really stressful for them to hear other dogs and stuff. So just for everybody's safety, we ask that if you do bring your pet, just make sure that they are friendly and well-behaved and relaxed.
And that goes for kids, too. By the way, FYI. Allison, always a pleasure talking with you. I'm sorry, I have one last question.
Yeah, no problem.
And so what if, I see a pet and I fall in love and I do the adoption, bring the cat or dog home, and find out that we've got personality clashes and it just isn't going to work out? What happens then?
We do ask that they contact us at the shelter and arrange to bring the pet back. If by chance they have a friend or a family member that really loves the animal and it seems like it might work out better, we can do a transfer of ownership. We just ask that they contact us and let us know so we can update, the files so we have correct contact information and all of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately just giving us a call and letting us know that it's just not working out and we can arrange for the animal to be brought back.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I know a lot of people would rather kind of stick it out, but it would be like bringing in a hostile element to your house, and you just don't need that.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out.
You can find Allison at guamanimals.org in the World Wide Web. There's a phone number, 653-4246, if we weren't able to answer any of your questions. Otherwise, just show up at game tomorrow, at noon, right?
Yep, 12 to 3.
Gotcha. And some folding money. There's ATMs all the way from Agana all the way up to Jigo. Stop by one of those and grab a couple of C's, and that ought to take care of generally all of the expenses and then some. And if you've got leftover money, Allison will be more than happy to take that by way of a donation for gain, so that they can buy more kitty litter and dog food and all of that kind of thing. I want you to have a great weekend. Anytime that you need some airtime, just reach out, would you?
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
8:32 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. See, the much more satisfying conversation with her, even though Dr. Vince Akimoto might still be lurking out there wondering if there's time for him to get on the air. Yes, there is, but you have to wait, because coming up next, Donna D's last look at news and headlines for the week. plus celebrity birthdays and what's worth celebrating this weekend. It's all ahead as the Ray Gibson Show continues right after these.
The secret to finding joy this season is sharing my delicious KFC chicken with everyone. Introducing KFC's new holiday bundle of joy. That's a bucket of my KFC chicken, 2 large sides, 8 pieces of my new chicken nuggets, and 4 biscuits. Every bundle of joy comes with a free KFC umbrella, and KFC will donate $1 to the Guam Harvest House. It's the season of sharing with KFC's holiday bundle of joy. It's finger-licking good.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's '1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store. Shopping days, 24 days till Christmas. That's a reminder from Booney Bougie Dog Salon. And that's bougiebooney.com on the World Wide Web. Find them in Tamuning or WhatsApp Katie at 797-4163. You heard Allison on the line. And maybe, here's the way it works. Maybe tomorrow from noon to 3, you go up to Gain and get yourself a dog. And then what you want to do is make some time for the dog to get some salon treatment. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the very first time that you get just some old boony dog that's been rattling around, never had a good day in his life, never had a clean shower, or have eye boogers taken care of, or have a comb run through their hair for the very first time. And you're going to want to have that done by somebody who loves the animals just as much as you do. Katie's number, 671-797-4163. Well, it's the weekend, and so I've got a number of celebrity birthdays, many of them from the world of music. Donna, yay, and include Bette Midler, who's 78 years old.
Oh, I love her.
See, I was going to say, do you love her more for singing or for her acting?
Gosh.
Both.
Don't do this to me.
No, tricky.
She's
Well,
a
tell you what, you
double threat.
ponder that while you're doing the news here, and we'll get around to that. Now with the last big look at news and headlines, here's Donna D.
A Seattle Titano Elementary student was rushed to the hospital yesterday morning after being hit by a car. The 5-year-old lives nearby and was walking on a crosswalk to the school when she was struck. Sinahanya Mayor Robert Hoffman says the child has since been released from the hospital and has been reported to be fine and recuperating. No information has been provided on the driver involved in the crash. And a shortage of nurses at GMH has seen patients in the emergency department waiting for a bed for up to 21 hours. Hospital Administrator Lillian Perez-Posadas reported that 40 nurses were recently hired, but that doesn't fill the gap of the 44 that left over the same time period. A total of 36 travel nurses who are more costly to hire are now supporting the hospital. GMH board members made no move to approve the proposed 6-step pay raise for RNs. Meanwhile, United Airlines flight attendants will be holding a rally this afternoon for improved working conditions. Flight attendant Stuart Aracayos, who has been a flight attendant since 1989, says they've been in negotiations for over 2 years and attests that when it comes to contract negotiations, management drags their feet. The rally takes place from 3:30 to 4 o'clock this afternoon at the airport's lower parking area. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
No way is he only 55.
Who's only 55?
It's a Sunday birthday, so it's going to take me a couple of minutes to get to. All right,
Darn.
So celebrity birthdays for today, December the 1st, 2000. Year of our Lord. 2023 is Bette Midler. Happy 78th birthday. And now you gotta say, Bette Midler, do we love her because of her singing? And you can use Wind Beneath My Wings as an example of a great Bette Midler song, even though she's got some other stuff that goes back to the early 1970s, or her acting in the great movies that she was in, including Beaches, where the song Wind Beneath My Wings comes from.
She's really funny, so I like her better for her acting.
Okay, gotcha. That will work for me. Comedian Sarah Silverman is 53 years old. If you're looking for other birthdays to celebrate over the next couple of days, Zoe Kravitz from Insurgent Detergent is 35 years old.
Lenny Kravitz's kid?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
His daughter?
It's Bartender Appreciation Day today.
Yay.
There's a whole bunch of other stuff that we can, at least recognize. But I think I'm just going to leave today's special event at that Bartender Appreciation Day. And I know better than to ask Donna, but do you have a favorite bartender out there somewhere?
No. I like all of them, man.
His name is Jun.
Jun Tender.
Yeah.
Who was not at venue last night.
Oh, I don't know where
I
he
like
was.
to hear
saw
them
him,
tell me their troubles.
I saw him at a private party. Someone had hired him for a house party
Yes,
or
he does
something?
that.
Yeah.
He does. He's like a gigger. He's got a job somewhere else, but he takes gigs every once in a while. Everybody over at places like Carabao Mosas, the occasional trip into down to Tumon, where the Tower of London is, always do a spectacular job taking care of me. There's one guy in particular who I absolutely love seeing when I go into to Mosas, and sometimes he's on the floor, but most of the time he's working behind the bar and making sure that my beer never goes lower than the bottom of the logo, the bottom of the Mosas logo. And his name is Ayuber. And I'm saying his name the correct way.
Ayuber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How is it spelled?
No, I don't know how it's spelled, but that's how it's said. And it took me literally forever to learn how to say it correctly. And
How had you been saying it before?
lots of different ways. It was never the same twice, because you know how I am. But if you know the guy, then you know how terrific he is. A great server over at Mosas. For tomorrow, celebrity birthdays include TV journalist Stone Phillips. That's not his real name. Nobody's
What's his real name? That sounds
Stoned.
It's so totally made up, right? It's like, here's the consultant told me my name is going to be Stone
That's
Phillips.
his adult film name.
That would make an good film name in the adult show business. I'm surprised your brain went there. Stone Phillips is 69.
69.
Dude, you set that up.
I did not set it up. Lucy Liu from Kill Bill turns 55.
Yes.
Really?
She's 55?
She's 55? As in kind of only 55, right?
Asian no raisin.
Amen to that. What else we got? Britney Spears. Anybody want to guess?
Oh, yeah. Is she 40?
That number is too low.
She's 48.
That number is too high.
45.
I've read it. She's 42 years old. She's 42 years old, and then they finally got it to a point where she wasn't, under her father's charge anymore, because she was apparently, mentally incapable of taking care of herself.
She's a little crazy right now.
And everybody was like, "Never mind, free Palestine, free Britney," and then they freed Britney, and then based on some of the videos that she's posting and some of the things that are coming out about her since then, it's clear that she was not ready to be released from any other adult's care. Happy 42nd birthday! Oops, she did it again. Aaron Rodgers from the Green Bay Packers is 40, and Charlie Puth is 32 years old today. He's a singer.
Baby.
Yeah, just a
That's
baby.
the poster that
That's
Donna
my
has on
favorite.
her wall.
I don't like
Charlie
him.
Puth.
I don't like the way he looks. I like the way he writes songs. He's really good at it.
Trying to think of a good Charlie Puth song that I know that might be on one of my playlists.
On your iPhone?
On the iPhone or Spotify. You know what?
Like your playlist on your phone or your playlist at your station?
I know we got several on Star 101. Maybe that's a question for Shanzi a little bit later on. Celebrity birthdays on Sunday. This is important now. Ozzy Osbourne, the high priest of rock and roll,
is
75 years old.
Oh, man, he looks old.
Wow.
He looks older than he is.
Him and Keith Richards, they should fight. Celebrity death match.
Between those,
Who's going to live the longest, man?
I'll bet they probably already have one of those out there. Ozzy Osbourne, 75 years old, and because it's his birthday, we also say our kudos and our nods to one of our favorite, Leo's law enforcement officers. When that would be Lawrence Osborne, no relation that I'm familiar with. Daryl Hannah from Splash.
Wow.
But as much
Kill
as,
Bill.
And Kill Bill.
Yeah.
She was? Oh, man, I don't know. I only know her.
They took her eye. They took her eyeball, man.
Ew,
She's
gross.
like your cat.
No, it wasn't her. In Kill Bill?
No?
No, you're thinking about the Uma Thurman.
No. Daryl.
God, I got to watch that again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Okay. And also,
she was great in that.
Also, Blade Runner.
Yeah.
She's also Blade Runner. Is 63 years old. Julianne Moore, who I like, but nobody else likes.
She's a ginger.
Hair like fire, right? Hair like fire from the Hunger Games movie. 63 years old. All right, this was the one I was freaking out because he's only 55. George of the Jungle.
Oh?
The Mummy trilogy.
No.
Brendan Fraser?
Brendan Fraser is 55.
Fraser?
Oh, my God.
Fraser.
Fraser, that's what I
There's
said.
no
Did I say
I in Fraser.
That's Frazier. He's 55 years old. And I'm trying to think if he was in a movie called The Whale recently that I haven't had a chance to go
I heard
into.
about that. I heard it was really good. I don't want to watch it because it's too much
it's
drama.
depressing and dark.
Is
I
it?
don't want to see it.
Yeah,
okay. All right.
it's
So
depressing,
you
man.
tell everybody you want to watch that, but really watch The Skyscraper with The Rock. I watched that yesterday in Japanese.
Oh, and then?
No, it's just good. If you get a chance to watch it, I think it's good and nice. It has a actual happy ending. Looking to see if there's anybody other names that I might recognize, and the answer is no. It didn't look like it. Amanda Seyfried from Mamma Mia turns 38 years old. The only reason I'm throwing that in is because of the play reference, and so happy 38th birthday to her. You were very excited about something Pika's Best yesterday because it was your event.
Yeah, Beauty and the Beast, our production of Beauty and the Beast earlier.
It beat Joe
September.
Coy. It beat Joe Coy. I think that's a big deal. Catholics all over the island on Sunday are going to be going to church, a special mass. It's Advent Sunday. If you want to know what that means, find Cousin Troy. He's been into that lately. Green Bean Casserole Day, Peppermint Latte Day, and Nice to Have a Roof Over Your Head Day. Finally, it's Sunday is Let's Hug Day, and the long, almost inappropriate length hugs. Those are the ones that, just get to a point where you're just kind of feeling a little bit uncomfortable about that. Hey, what's that I'm feeling? All right. And then
Those are for the cousins, right?
Let that out a little bit, a couple of big strong pats on the back, and then be good to go. 8:43. Wow, 8:43 on a Friday morning. That's about it for Donna and news and headlines for all week long. Thank you very much, and congratulations for nomination to Pika's Best, and congratulations for being a part of Pika's Best radio station. That would be 93.3 The Point.
Gee, thanks.
Always a pleasure to have you in the studio. Now you're gonna jam. We're gonna take a quick break and find out where else I'm gonna need to go in order to at least for me effectively kill another hour and 15 minutes.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Your pup deserves to have healthy skin and a smooth, soft coat, so book your appointment today at the Bougie Booney Dog Salon in Upper Tumon. Yes, that's Bougie, B-O-U-J-I-E. Grooming services for all breeds and sizes include a bath with high-quality shampoo and conditioner, haircuts, de-shedding, and complimentary nail trims. The cutest part is the Christmas photo shoot. You gotta see for yourself. Check them out at the Bougie Booney on Instagram. Book your appointment online at thebougiebooney.booksy.com, WhatsApp 797-4163, or reach out on FB and IG.
Hey, it's a big deal tomorrow at GPO Mount Carmel School, announcing their first annual teacher fair and student enrollment drive. They're Guam's newest charter school, continuing to accept transfer students and applications for employment. So if you are an elementary or middle school teacher, be at GPO's food court tomorrow from 11 to 3. For information about current and future teaching and staff positions, call the new Mount Carmel Academy Charter School today for information about the teacher fair and student info. 8:45 in the morning. Was that Christmas music in the background?
Yeah, it was, man.
Let's start feeling it.
Trying it.
There's a part of me that wants to get lectury about the use of Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. But I honestly don't care about it. There was a time. It was, we don't say Happy Holidays. My God, that's so woke. Especially since we're just done with Thanksgiving. We are still 25 days or so, 24 days away from Christmas, and then New Year's. We are kind of in that kind of period. I generally will say Merry Christmas. But I'm not going to give anybody a hard time if all they can come out is if they say Happy Holidays. If I know that they're saying Happy Holidays because they want to avoid any kind of mention on my big brother Jesus Christ's birthday, if they're doing it to avoid that,
that's the reason for this season.
Yeah,
okay,
that is. then maybe I'll have an issue with it. But I think for most people, it's just a matter of convenience. Unless you are a bunch of woke scoundrels, in which case I don't want your pretend feel-good thing. Tell me Merry Christmas. Where are I? 8:47 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Probably shouldn't launch into any of the live reads for our clients after that little spout of editorial goodness. But I will a little bit later on. A bunch of items on the table of contents, and I don't know that we've gotten anywhere near to some of it. As I mentioned, the only entertainment yesterday outside of Frank Blas Jr.'s political fundraiser. I was asked about that. So, wait, why are they having a fundraiser? And I said, because he's running for senator. But he's already a senator. I said, yeah, but there's going to be another election next year. And she kind of looked at me like, wait, we do this every 2 years?
Yes.
They're not going to say low information voter. It's just somebody for whom, and believe it or not, there are people for whom the world does not revolve around politics.
That's me.
I'm just going, you know what's important? I got to get a passport renewed. That's what's important. Somebody had asked, and not for me, for this person. That's a big deal. Getting a passport renewed, all kinds of business stuff that needed to get taken care of. But just, I don't have time to assimilate into the world of politics. Okay, so we'll go and do I need to give him money? I said, yes, you should give somebody some money, but they'll feed you, and there's a cold beer in it for you. And so, good time had by all. But the idea, that there was that going on. And as I mentioned at the top of the program, one of the first guys that I run into is Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and he just gives me this joke. Like, guess what? You got to check out the legislature yesterday. You got to see what happened. All hell was breaking loose, and I'm going, why? There was nothing, literally nothing on the agenda that was, and I know the people that have got their measures passed are all real happy about it, but, there was, in my mind, nothing major on the agenda that will change my life. The closest thing to it is Sabine Perez's measure that Simon Sanchez says, yeah, this is a great bill. It was a great bill 10 months ago. I don't know why it took this long to get it on the floor, while we've got load shedding, Typhoon Mawar on top of it, maybe a little bit more attention on the utilities would have been a good thing. So again, while this would have been nothing more than a lackluster session where it was paperwork moving from one side to the other and a bunch of hot air blowing in hot air in this direction, they found some time for fireworks. As Chris Barnett said in the last hour of the program, there I was sitting next to Will Parkinson, who said, gee, it would be great if this bill was able to get heard. And a motion then was made. I wonder if Chris saw this coming and said, hey, no, Will, do it. Do it, Will. You want to do it. Should hear what Fisher had been saying about you. You better do this, right? And so Will gets up there and used the phrase, which I absolutely hate when the legislature does, basically notwithstanding. We've got a bunch of laws on the books. And the legislature, out of some kind of knee-jerky here and knee-jerky there, will oftentimes come out in full recognition that there is statute that would normally prohibit their intentions. They come out and say, notwithstanding any other law, Turan, Guam, whatever, finds it necessary that we do this, that, and the other. And sometimes, for the most part, it usually has to do with borrowing money or spending an inordinate amount of the people's money. And so I hate it when that happens. And they used it on themselves. Will used it on themselves yesterday when he said, notwithstanding the rules, I would like to make a motion for my bill to be heard. And I'm not sure how, but he actually got the votes to support it. And then it came down to kind of an all hell breaking loose thing. Now, we've been talking about certain things from Senator Tom Fisher that have incurred the wrath of some of the Facebook and YouTube viewers here on the program. But I think we can all agree when he made statements along these lines. Real Joe, if you could, turn up the thing so we can hear what the fire and brimstone.
Remarks, you are recognized. Under the motion?
Under the motion.
Notwithstanding. Senator Fisher, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just ask the body to look at Standing Rule 4.01.
Is this?
If you're gonna.
Are you making a motion, Senator? I'm sorry. Could you restate? Is that a motion?
A motion to ask the body to, no, I'm just, hey, folks, just look at 4.01.
Point of information.
No, ma'am. This is, I think we're on, are we on motions or brief extension of remarks?
That's the
I don't know.
question.
I don't want to get tangled up in that procedural mess. All I'm doing is saying 4.01 requires an affirmative vote of 8 members to suspend a rule. You can't just stand up and use a magic word, notwithstanding. All the rules go out the window. It's at 4.01. It could not be more explicit. And if we think that there is an ambiguity contained within 4.01, then we look at Mason's manual and we go to section 268 and we discover that you can't just use a magic word and suspend the rules for everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
And so with that, this is a part, and for clarity, where I'm going, yeah, okay, Tom, that makes a whole lot of sense, and I think there needs to be a tighter rein on as he says, the magic word of notwithstanding, and if the legislature can, in their own rules, put together that tighter rein on notwithstanding for the procedures that take place, maybe there needs to be significantly tighter rules when it comes to notwithstanding, where it comes to borrowing money on my behalf, on behalf of the taxpayers for whatever. Now, there might have been, in fact, I know that there were a couple of other points where things might have gotten a little bit more fun. What's that? Who's there?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Senator Will Parkinson.
On the line?
On the line,
On the
sir.
phone. Notwithstanding any
yes,
of
Mr. Ray Gibson.
Notwithstanding the fact that there's only 7 minutes left in this hour, I will go ahead, my dear Speaker of Guam. I rise in support of a telephone call from my neighbor and fellow stand in the weeds.
Oh, good morning, Guam.
Senator Will Parkinson. What the hell you been up to there besides causing all that ruckus over at the legislature? It was time to go. Do you not realize that Frank Bloss Jr. had a fundraising last night that everybody was itching to go to?
No, that's actually why I called. I just wanted to correct the record. I didn't make that motion. The Speaker did.
Which motion?
The motion to put the bill on the agenda. I didn't even make the motion for my own bill. The Speaker did.
Where's that in the thing? Send me the link.
Yeah, it's the Speaker's speech. Let me send it to you right now.
Yeah, because I wanted to see that, because there was a section in there where you were talking to acting Speaker, the Vice Speaker, Tina Rose, who was on, that allowed for the continuation of the conversation where you got the vote.
Yeah, no, but here, I just sent the clip to Real Joe right now if you guys want to put it on. The Speaker makes the motion.
Interesting. Okay. Well, and maybe,
yeah,
probably.
What happened was,
but you were the ones that first used the language notwithstanding, were you not?
No, it wasn't at all. What had happened, I had been turned down on the floor. I had been turned down for emergency session. So I went to my compromise, trying to be a reasonable person, and said, fine, GPA said they needed by December. Can we at least have a December session? All I asked for in my closing speech, can we please have a December session? And the Speaker just went and put it on the agenda. So thank you, Speaker Talahi, for doing that for me. But it wasn't me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to hang you for a dog. I'm just telling you what I saw this morning as I was looking at it. I did not realize that how much earlier the drama was taking place.
I didn't know there was any drama. I just made this. I made the motion for my bill yesterday, and I was shot down twice. Thought that was the end of it.
Well, this is going to be fun. Okay. All right. Well, let me see what I can find. You get there. Obviously, you're always welcome to call back.
The clip to Real Joe.
All right. I got you. And Real Joe, you might need to send the clip over in my direction.
I have it now. I have it now.
856 and change. To the meme machine. All right, Groovy. Well, doggone it, I was trying to get Tello in here and some points that she was making towards the end. Hold on. Let me turn that up.
We ended it and spoke our brief extension of remarks, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, I understand your passion too, Madam Speaker, when you were speaking about the previous issue. My motion, I'm sorry, you were speaking with someone. I'm making a motion for this body to reconsider the last vote on that, Madam Speaker, considering that we're going over against the standing rules. We're not abiding by that. Secondly, the author of 120 didn't even request for it to go on the session floor, and I understand your passion speaking about this, but we were an extension of remarks already ending this session. There
All right,
was
Senator,
no
on the
motion to go to motions.
There's a motion notwithstanding the rules to reconsider the motion to place Bill number 201 onto the agenda. Colleagues, there is a motion notwithstanding the rules to reconsider the motion to place Bill number 201 onto the session agenda. This motion will take 8 votes to reconsider. We're going to vote on the motion to reconsider, and then if it passes, we will have to vote on the motion again, the Bill 201 motion again, all right?
All right.
So on the motion to reconsider, all in favor, there's an objection, all in favor, please raise your hand.
And there's a count. Wheels turning around, looking at everybody. Motion fails. Which left them where? This is almost one of those play-by-play things where you have to watch it from the beginning to end. And apparently, I might have come in a little bit
Senator
late.
Kanata, you are recognized.
Well, this is a brilliant part.
Look at his white
Madam
pants.
Speaker, I make a motion to recess till 9, but can we put Bill 201 back onto the... I make a motion to go back to motions and to add Bill 201 to the agenda.
But wait.
Oh, so what? Okay, just recess till 9.
Wait, here comes Tello.
There are people who actually have appointments that are already made, Madam Speaker, doctor's appointments, other obligations. So I'm asking, Madam Speaker, that reconsider on the time. If you take a short recess to find out now that this is
We'll
a
take
new
a
thing in
1-minute
town.
recess.
This is Roy. I love Roy's out there trying to. Let me just help. I'll help. Let's recess until 9 on a Thursday night when Frank's having a fundraiser. Yeah, that went over, as I say, like the proverbial fart in church, and it did not go anywhere. And they recessed and decided that was pretty much for that was going to be it for the November session of the 37th Guam Legislature. When are they going to be able to get back in there and talk about bills and things that can actually make a difference? Well, we'll see what happens. In the next couple of minutes, we'll see what we can do with the footage, the link that Senator Will Parkinson had sent into. Again, I hate to hang somebody for a dog, but it looked like that was the way it looked when I got in this morning. But apparently I tuned in at exactly the wrong spot. There might be more to the story. We'll see how it plays. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up here in just a second. At 9 o'clock hour of the Ray Gibson Show. My expectations are very, very low, but I want you to stick around because you never know when I might run into just a string of brilliant broadcasts. Watch and see how it plays out. In the meantime, KUSG 93.3 is Pika's best again, 3 years running. This is The Point.
More hostages freed. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Another round of Israelis freed by Hamas under a last-minute deal to extend the ceasefire. The latest group freed after the release of 2 Israeli women earlier today.
If the IDF counts were correct a couple days ago, combined with the releases that we saw yesterday, this would now mean that the only 2 children that we know of who remain in Gaza in Hamas captivity would be the Bibas children, the 4-year-old and the 10-month-old baby that the IDF had said had possibly been handed off to another terrorist group within Gaza.
Fox's Nate Foy in northern Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, while in Israel, said he hopes the ceasefire can be extended. But if the war resumes, it must have a clear plan in place to protect civilians.
Israel has one of the most sophisticated militaries in the world. It is capable of neutralizing the threat posed by Hamas while minimizing harm to innocent men, women, and children. And it has an obligation to do so.
This morning, Palestinian gunmen opened fire on people waiting for buses along a main highway entering Jerusalem. 4 people were killed, several others wounded. New York Republican Congressman George Santos vowing to continue to fight as a vote is expected tomorrow to expel him from Congress.
It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me.
The House Ethics Committee found Santos misused campaign funds and lied to donors. He faces a federal indictment which accuses him of stealing the identities of campaign donors. Santos has introduced legislation to expel New York Democrat Jamal Bowman after Bowman pleaded guilty to pulling a fire alarm in a House office building. Bowman did get fined for that incident. America is listening to Fox News.
Christmas trees are going up at the Security Title Office in Tamuning, and with them comes the music and joy of the season. As we reflect on the ups and downs of 2023, one thing remains constant, and that is the deep gratitude we have for our customers and the meaningful work we do for our real estate community. Thank you for trusting us with your property. From our Security Title family to yours, we wish you a Christmas season filled with peace and joy.
Chances are you've got some questions right now. Well, here's a couple answers. Lysol disinfectant sprays and Lysol disinfecting wipes together can be used on over 100 surfaces and kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. It even kills the COVID-19 virus. These are simple facts backed up by science. Lysol is suitable to protect your kids and pets. USA's #1, now protecting your homes. Lysol, what it takes to protect. Shop today at your Guam Kmart store.
Loaded now.
The Senate is taking steps to move forward in the ethics investigation of some Supreme Court justices.
Republican mega donor Harlan Crow has been subpoenaed by the Senate Judiciary Committee over his relationship with Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, and so has conservative legal activist Leonard Leo over his relationship with Justice Sam Alito.
We can't allow two private citizens simply to defy their obligation to provide the truth.
Democrat Richard Blumenthal says the committee needs to learn if there was any improper influence over the justices, such as providing luxury gifts. Republicans like Ranking Member Lindsey Graham say the subpoenas are political.
This is a joke. These subpoenas are going nowhere.
If Leo and Crow don't comply, Democrats would need 60 votes to force them to cooperate. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Meta says some countries are looking to ramp up disinformation campaigns ahead of multiple elections next year, including in the U.S.
Meta officials write that recently they've dismantled what they call 3 separate covert influence operations that violated their policy against CIB, or coordinated inauthentic behavior. 2 of them originated in China and 1 from Russia. They also removed nearly 4,800 accounts originating in China that were posting about opposing American politics, seemingly by often copying and pasting content from X. Then they noticed the American-style names on the accounts changed to pose as though they were based in India. Meta's analysis says information sharing between tech companies, governments, and law enforcement is helpful, but the report also notes that threat sharing by the U.S. government related to foreign election interference has been paused since July. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The Academy Awards broadcast will begin 1 hour earlier starting next year. ABC says the 96th Annual Academy Awards will begin at 7 p.m. Eastern for the first time. The pre-show will start at 6:30. Jimmy Kimmel is returning as host for the 4th time. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Attention business owners, upgrade your connectivity with Docomo Pacific's new business mobile plans. Whether you're upgrading your phone or bringing your own device, you can save big. Up to $20 a month. Enjoy unlimited talk and text locally and to the U.S., plus data roaming to the U.S., Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. Experience the power of seamless communication. Visit business.docomopacific.com today for more details. Some conditions apply.
Santa's coming and things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with the annual percentage rate as low as 7.49% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific contactless Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money when you want, where you want. My Christmas Loan, contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas season merrier in 23. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions apply. Merry Christmas from Bank Pacific.
Introducing My Rewards from 76 Circle K, a new and exciting way to fuel your savings. Get rewarded while purchasing your favorite items like Circle K coffee, Polar Pop, hot dogs, and more. Save 25 cents off per gallon and fuel your savings with My Rewards. Download the My Rewards Guam app. 25 cents off per gallon is valid for up to 20 gallons. One time per day. Certain exclusions apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details.
The Nissan Ninja has returned. Now is the perfect time to buy a certified pre-owned car, truck, or SUV at Nissan. Doesn't have to be a Nissan. These are used vehicles, ladies and gentlemen, all kinds of makes and models, everything for every lifestyle, every budget, whatever you need, they've got one. And now they've got it with even lower prices, up to $26,000 off for a limited time, only 10, 20, 30, up to 40% worth of the sticker price has been slashed by the Nissan Ninja. Zero down, by the way. Trade-ins welcome. Yeah, you can trade a used car for a used car. Super super easy financing as well. They'll make it so that the TRWs and all these different credit watch companies don't even know they were there. They'll check your credit in and out like a ninja would. Get yours done at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
All right, this better be good. It's better good. It's Will Parkinson's. It didn't happen like that, Ray. It didn't happen like you said or Chris said. It was different. The speaker did it, not me. And I said, well, wait, hold on a second.
It wasn't me.
And so I'll send you the video, and he sent in a piece of video, and just a warning now, ladies and gentlemen. This is like when somebody tells you, "Oh, you know what I'm watching on Netflix," and your eyes roll over, and you're like, I really don't care. This might be one of those moments for you, but in fairness, and I'd like to think that maybe that is a hallmark of this program, is for the most part on a variety of issues. I think sometimes the search for the middle ground might be the best. And I certainly would not begrudge Senator Will Parkinson sometime in the radio game. So he said this video here will answer all of the questions and clear up all of our sorrowful mysteries.
Motion, notwithstanding the rules, to place Bill number 201 onto the session agenda.
On the motion that's not debatable, place 201 on the session agenda. Are there any objections? There is an objection. All those in favor of placing Bill...
Go here. Hear that chatter in the back?
So, colleagues, on the motion to place 201-37 onto the session agenda, there was an objection. All those who wish to support the efforts, please signify by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So she's doing the count.
6,
Speaker Talai is also doing the count.
4,
I can count faster than you.
9, 10.
Add the votes.
Motion carries.
Ding, ding, ding. So maybe there is something to what Will was saying. It wasn't me. It was the presiding speaker, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, and she was Tina presided over that. It was originally introduced then by Speaker Therese Terlahi, which may explain why she was leaving as I was coming in. She said, "I'll be right back." As we say in Palawan, Maurir, I'll be right back. And usually that means I'm going to go and get another case or something, but I'll be right back. And I never saw her again. Does that lead into the beginning of the meltdown of the 37th Guam legislature in the last session? Well, we'll watch and see just how much love there is left. There are a couple of stories, and I might, while we're talking about the legislature, give you an idea that the fun is not over. It might be over for this session, but it doesn't mean that they stopped working. Nay, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the last 24 hours, a number of measures have been introduced. Not satisfied with the 8 now that are going to the governor's office for her approval. There are a number of other pieces of legislation that have been introduced since the last time I checked. Now, I printed out a whole bunch of them this morning, and I'm looking to see if where in the printouts they are. Stand by. Hold on. Wait a minute. There it is. There's the first one. Bill number 206, providing emergency power capacity. This one here, sponsored by, Senator William Parkinson. Nobody else is co-pilot on this one-page piece of legislation, which reads, temporary emergency power capacity, GPA, with all deliberate speed and with the consent of the Guam Public Utilities Commission shall proceed with the procurement for a vendor to provide, install, and operate 40 megawatts of temporary power generation on a 2-year base contract with 3 each 1-year extension options. The temporary power generation shall be sited at 261-2 in Cabras due to the proximity of existing critical power infrastructure. In view of the urgency for this procurement of temporary emergency power capacity, the requirements of a bunch of chapters and articles, et cetera, in the Guam Code Annotated. And I'm going to presume that these are procurement packages or portions are hereby waived. And GPA is hereby authorized to use such method of source selection as it deems necessary, subject to the approvals of the Guam Public Utilities Commission. And then there's the severability clause, a once upon a time piece of legislation. Will it make any difference? And does GPA need it? Does GPA need it in these times? We'll let Simon decide on that. Another piece of legislation. Oh, this is interesting. Relative to the hiring and responsibility of the Guam Visitors Bureau attorney. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, looking to see if there's anything that is more or less controversial in the subject matter here. Introduced by Frank Blas, Teller Taitigui, and Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, who generally work pretty good with the Guam Visitors Bureau. Certainly Tello, who was had vice president authority there once upon a time, and Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, who is helping bird dog some of the activities in the Philippines and in the United States Congress that are deemed important by former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. My guess is that this is probably seen scrutiny over in Tumon and has been approved. An attorney or firm of attorneys retained by the Bureau shall be selected pursuant to a procurement for professional services. A director of the board who is named in connection with a civil matter, administrative matter, or matter in a special proceeding where the director's conduct was within the scope of the director's duties may move at a board meeting for a resolution directing the GM to obtain representation for the director by the Bureau attorney or another attorney who serves at the pleasure of the director for the purposes of defending him in litigation. What are we preconceiving here, guys? All right, well, take a look at that. Another piece of legislation that has been introduced. This one here, very, very minimalistic, if you will. An act to appropriate $9 million from the FY 2022 general fund balance to the Department of Public Works. Oh, wait a second. We already know that's there. Well, in case you haven't seen it, Joe S., Roy Canetta, D. Wayne St. Nicholas, Kane Dwayne, and Will Parkinson want to appropriate $9 million to the Department of Public Works for maintenance and repair of Guam's roadways. The priority of these funds shall be to improve the visibility of all drivers by repainting, restriping, and adding reflective markers for road lanes, lane markers, curbs, and bicycle sharrows of routed and secondary roads. It rained this morning. Dun, dun, dun. It's not a rarity because, you know, we're Guam. It's the tropics, 13 degrees above the equator and all of that. So it is not a surprise. But I will remark that this morning, it was as I was making my way to work on Magagaga Highway in Tidzin. One lane this way, one lane that way. And there's no center kind of berm. Huh? We don't have boundaries. There's a coat of paint, maybe a nothing of an inch thick, that is barely visible during the day. And then at night, when it rains and everything turns that kind of gray, rainy color, I could barely make out the lane divider, period. And I didn't want to ride with my headlights on bright because I got other cars coming. It's a Nissan Frontier. It will blind you. And so I didn't want to brighten the guys that were coming, but I really was having a hard time seeing what was happening out there. And as you know, Magagaga Highway it frankly is amazing when there's a pothole and it gets filled, because I don't know who the mayor of Tidzin is and who is responsible for that. Maybe it's somebody over at the airport. I don't know. But it was hard to see. And I thought, well, maybe it'll be better as I get closer to the airport, and because they put down new striping down there. And as I get closer to the airport, I realized that it really didn't make all that much difference. Even as there was a little bit more lighting in the area, the markings on the road were still difficult to see. even at that. And I thought, well, maybe when I get to actual Route 10, an actual routed road here, maybe something better will happen when I get down there. And you know, the experience was the same. Somebody once upon a time went out there and they got a contract to put down some new lane markers, some new stripes on the road. And as I said, you know, barely visible during the day when it's not raining. And can you imagine just how much more difficult it is to see those things at night? But apparently with $9 million, we'll be able to take care of it. Although for me, listen to me talk fast like I'm Joanne Brown. For me, what I would like to see is the people that we originally bought those things to come back and say, oh, yeah, bad formulation for Guam. Here's what we'll do. We'll replace them all for nothing. That's never going to happen. Never going to see that kind of liquidated damage. Well, it just doesn't work, and I don't know how $9 million is going to change all of that. It's a dangerous section of roadways, and I'm wondering if it's the same junk that they put down on the roads at Dead Man's Curve that maybe you can't see when it rains or when it's dark either.
Your emotions, Ray. The Force.
I try to use the Force with me from all the time. Senator Jar Jar Binks cannot desist. Jose Martin. Oh my God.
Oh my God, that was rude, dude.
Oh man. Well, you know it's Friday.
Look at his white pants, though, Ray. Let's look at his outfit. Yellow shirt, white pants, white shoes.
I'm just, you know.
I love it, man.
I think there's a great degree of Sinahi envy going on. Yeah. It's a thing.
Yes.
It's a
big Sinahi energy.
All right, so yes, I got good Sinahi energy today. I don't know. I didn't see that. Maybe I'll take a look and watch the rest of it, or maybe I'll be done with it. I don't know. As I said, I was excited that there was at least something to talk about in the government of Guam, because otherwise, what do we have? We got the hospital, but I think people are tired of hearing there's hospital fatigue going on. There's hospital fatigue going on because, what are we doing about mold at the hospital? Who cares? Mold in the hospital. I'm not going there. I'm going to GRMC. My doctor gave me told me to call Medical City or St. Luke's, so I'm not even going to mess around with that. Who to call in case of an emergency? My travel agent. Call Continental. United. Call the United City desk and get me on the next flight out to Manila. Call Philippine Airlines and get me on the next flight out to Manila and get me in the hands of some kind of competent care. Birthday countdown starts today, says Big Sister Shelley. She's right. To a degree, the birthday countdown, in my mind, actually begins in September with Raymond David's birthday and my nephew, and then we've got my baby girl and Mana in November, pretty close together. And then, they got the December babies, Big Sister Shelley and my big little brother Dave.
Oh, that's tough,
man.
And
and Pop, my dad, was his birthday was one of the last days of the month. Yeah.
That's hard for getting gifts, man. Christmas, birthday.
No, I just didn't do it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not payday. Whenever your birthday is, it's not payday. You should have had your birthday last week. I'll see what, maybe Christmas time. We'll see what I can get you for Christmas time, which always turns into, hey, Three Kings, leave your shoes outside. Check it in the morning. You never know what might come out. But yeah. As my mom and I were fond of saying, we're the only ones that had the good sense to be born in the springtime. It was Mom's birthday in April, and my birthday in May. For all of the things that entails.
Oh, you're both Tauruses.
Yes, but
wow.
but mom always got extra. Because Mother's Day and my birthday are generally if they're not the same day, they're the same weekend, they're within the same couple of days from each other. But if you got birthdays like that coming up, good for you. Heidi Ballendorf, very close, very dear personal friend, is celebrating a birthday today. So I wish you a happy birthday. Hope to see you soon out there, 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255 is the telephone number. The headlines that I printed out, and because I printed them out, I'm going to riff on them, whether you want me to or not. Senators pass 8 bills for the governor's consideration. Senator Tello Taitagui's bill to create a special cost of living economic task force to recommend the formula for the annual GovGuam retiree COLA to the degree that we should have somebody taking a look at it, maybe a panel of experts that will agree or debate the nature of the pressures that are on COLA retirees. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I hope we don't have to pay anybody for their advice, and I hope that their data is available on a long-term basis so that we can replicate this year after year after year. Because otherwise, when they start talking about, oh my God, the people that built Guam, the government of Guam was built in a day, was built in the hard-working, our ancestors here, and the great retirees of the government of Guam, blah, 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 blah. And they deserve another $2,000. What do you say?
Of course.
Yeah, because it's a cola.
I'm for it.
Lola cola, Ambi, it's a cola. And who's going to say no to all of that? But
They're voters too, Ray.
Yeah.
Right.
But what if they don't live here? No, I'm serious. Did that come up? Because I think it should. I don't know. That ought to be something that is considered. If there is a cost of living allowance, to the degree that it is measurable, that there are adjustments that need to be made with the cost of living. Certainly, they do that with Social Security, do they not? Social Security, I think recipients are going to be getting a COLA bump because, yeah, let's go, Brandon. But is it possible that the impact of the changes in the economy are felt differently in different places? Is it not the cost of living in some states of the United States of America where arguably there are government of Guam retirees living? Should that not be taken into consideration? So if you live in Hawaii with an even greater cost of living than Guam and you are a retiree of the government of Guam, should you ask for more? Because it costs, as they say, you got to pay the price to live in paradise. What about some of the other states? Texas, where there's not a whole lot by way of taxes. Other places in the country where the inflation train has not been chugging along as fast. Should there not be changes that move in a different direction? And then what happens when this economic task force comes through and says, not only was there not an increase in the cost of living, it's actually gotten cheaper. Will the members of the legislature be happy coming out and saying, like Simon Sanchez when the LEAC goes backwards, hey, listen, we've got this thing and things are so good, the cost of living is not doing so bad. So that $2,000 that we gave you last year for your COLA, Lola, yeah, that only needs to be $1,500 this year. Who wants to do that? Who wants to do that? So ask me, the devil's going to be in the details. It'll be interesting to see what the brain trust over at the governor's office has to say about that. Sabina Perez's bill that would require administrative review of GovGuam contracts of more than $5 million. Don't necessarily have a problems with that. A bill requiring lifeguards relieving the requirement, I believe, of lifeguards at public swimming pools also passed. Amanda Shelton's bill to extend the Guam Registered Apprenticeship Program for another 5 years. There was a piece of testimony, and I need to get with Dave Del Sola on that, because the Registered Apprenticeship Program, they identified in a report that I've received the number of positions in a variety of companies that don't kind of sound apprenticeship-y, if you know what I mean. Right? So you got a guy in maintenance who's got a salary, and they say he's a part of our apprentice program, so can we get a tax break on his salary? And I'm going, is there, an apprentice kind of thing, or the journeyman level and all of that before you become a master maintenance guy? And there's at least one shop out there. It looks like all of their payroll had been members of an apprentice community for which they've received $1 million worth of credits. So that will be fun to watch as well. Senator Perez's bill to require insurance company to notify the insurance commissioners of plans to issue dividends, which could also be denied by the commission. A bunch of other things that went through, including Senator Pica's best Senator Chris Barnett's measure that would allow for police officers to wear body cams. As I've said before, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I think it's going to be there to protect the police officers. And one of the other reasons why, and I hope that there is a nod to this in the final form of the legislation. I don't know. I have not seen the as-passed version of it. Sorry, I was just reading a comment. But there are two things. Number one, make sure they go off. I don't know how you make them go off, but I don't want a police officer with a body cam in the same bathroom as me. Call me shy. Call me, kind of too into myself here. I just don't want to. I don't have to worry about turning around real quick and go, whoa, wait, is that thing on? Are you armed? Is that
being recorded?
Blinking here? It's a crime how blank that is. There's that. But the other part is, when can I, as a member of the media, get copies of those body cams? At which point, and this is a thing I think we need to, as members of the media, Candidate, you do it. Nobody says no to you. What will the procedures be when there is a case ongoing and the body cam video would benefit from being played out in the community in a newscast, in a news form, in a journalistic manner? Not trying to say that the cop was doing something bad or that the perp was doing something bad. We'll just play the video from the cop's body cam, maybe a couple other body cams out there, in context so that you can see what was taking place. And an example that pops into mind, you remember that guy drunk and disorderly down in Tumon?
Oh yeah,
and they were trying to get him into the vehicle. And
and he used his rib cage to hit that officer's fist.
Right?
I saw that, man.
Right,
it was clear. It was clear.
But they tell me that there are escalation of force policies, and maybe we didn't see the escalation of force leading up to that, when all they wanted to do was get the guy to stop kicking them and get in the damn car. And a police officer effected what I think to the untrained eye might look like a punch, and from the vantage point of the person taking the video might have looked like a sucker punch to the guy's rib cage. But again,
God, you sound like a great attorney.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor.
I'm just saying. But I heard that from all the other cops. I heard that in, people that have taken the oath and sworn and say, sometimes you got to do that. You got to get the guy's attention and let him know that you are the authority figure here. We'll straighten this out at Central, but you got to get in the car. And if you don't get in the car, and if you don't stop kicking the cops, you're just making it worse for yourself. So I hope that a body cam will allow us to be able to see all of that and answer the questions and put them on a show, just like Bad Boys, what you gonna do? That's the other thing that I want. I want to be able to take some of these videos that we get and put them on a television show, and the very least, send them to a guy named Steve Inman. You can find him on X/Twitter. Steve Inman, INMANN, is the guy that takes these videos and makes it sound like the NFL. Makes it sound like the highlights in ESPN. It's that good. It's that funny. And the internet provides it. He was able to quit his full-time job. Serious now. People are subscribing to him on X. He was able to quit his full-time job because the internet is full of all of these videos, A. B, he's got a unique talent and on a daily basis is putting out some new stuff. And I don't know, can you imagine just the thrill of being able to go to Twitter and open up one of his videos and see one of our thugs in action here on Guam? Well, having an FAFO moment with Steve Inman's voice behind him. Oh, let's look at the instant replay. All of that stuff. Oh, and look, he's eating free. He's a toaster now. He's just gotten tased by a member of the Guam Police Department. Just one of those things. Imagine the wave of pride that you would have washing over you as the FAFO videos that now will be amassing with thousands of minutes of footage a week. It's going to be a beautiful thing, guys. 9:30 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. We are at the end of the month. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, we're at the beginning of the month. Can I be honest with something?
Yeah.
I forgot November didn't have 31 days.
Yeah.
I kind of
Man, I don't even know what happened to that month.
It's just all of a sudden
wow.
it's gone. We did Pika's Best and boom, over. All right, so that's, I guess, the way it goes. We're December 1st, and I normally have a pile of stuff that I thought was interesting and clever enough to read to you over the course of the month, but for whatever reason never got to. So I might take a look and scan through some of that right now and find some things that I think are, well, it might not be Will Parkinson or the speaker wet the bed at the legislature. It might be just as interesting. We'll find out here in just a sec.
Quality care, peace of mind. That is the FHP Imaging Center. Our specialized board-certified radiologist ensures patient-focused care with diagnostic medical imaging, including MRI, CT scan, digital mammogram, digital x-ray, and ultrasound. The FHP Imaging Center is open for most services Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 671-646-5825. Press 1 for an appointment. Now accepting of Guam. FHP Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
I can do this here. Shopping days, 24 days till Christmas. Your dog needs a little bit of Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Your dog has seen better days, and maybe it's time to treat your dog, or as I said before, somebody else's dog, to a salon day. The Bougie Booney Dog Salon in Tamuning, reminding you that you've only got 24 days to do that shopping. Make your appointment online at thebougiebooney.com on the World Wide Web, or just reach out to Katie at 797-4163. She'll be glad to help you out. And as I said, maybe you are going to find a forever friend tomorrow at Gain. With a big deal that they've got, a big adoption spree, dogs and cats, and maybe you're going to find a dog there, just absolutely cutest thing that you've ever seen in the whole wide world, and you pull it up to you and you give it a nice big hug and go, mabaho. That's the time that you need to make that call to Katie and say, I'm bringing one in. All right, stat, I'm going to use the emergency entrance, 797-4163. Imagine the thrill for that dog for the very, very first time to get that kind of love and special treatment along with an opportunity to be a member of your family. Again, you can find them, I forget the name of the building. It's Two Lovers Point building or Dos Amantes building, right north of the building that has got the Bank of Hawaii and goodies in it. There you go. God bless us one and all. The Department of Agriculture is reinstating a ban on live poultry. There's apparently an increase in bird influenza, and so they're saying no. Now, originally when I read this, yes,
chicken lung.
Yeah, white chicken lung.
White chicken lung.
When I originally read this, I thought, "Oh my God, it's those do-gooders over at the what do you call it?
Cockfighters.
Cockfighting guys,
Yeah,
right? I thought it was them.
No-gooders.
But I did not realize, and this might be worthy of a phone call maybe next week to Dennis Larson, because in addition to being a bee man, he's also a chicken man. He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Well, he's a rabbit man too.
And a rabbit. Got a farm. Wants to take Japanese there. A large spike of over 5 million birds occurred, prompting an increased concern on ongoing resurgence of the avian influenza. And there are a lot of people that have got birds that they bring in from the States so that they can make their own eggs. And did you know that they also make honey and a special kind of wax?
No.
I've totally made that up. But anyway, so I just want to point out that it's not just, I guess, cockfighting birds that they've got their eye on, and so it might be for some people in the farming community a little bit trickier to be able to maintain their flocks. I think you know somebody that knows how to do all that stuff. 9:36. Here's a story that it actually came out the other day, based on magistrate reports that we've got here about a woman with a history of drug-related arrests on the lam from authorities. Was discovered with methamphetamine during a traffic stop. Brianna Maria Mano of Fison, known to cops, they pulled her over for expired registration tags. And again, look, if you're going to be in the drug business, drive a nice car. Keep it up to date on the permits and the licenses and stuff like that, because otherwise the cops know what to look for. They can detect probable cause in motion. And the first thing they're going to be checking is expired registration tags and a familiar face. Fison, who allegedly appeared nervous, recognized the officers from previous encounters and openly stated that she'd been staying away from the northern parts of Guam to avoid being arrested for dope. She also allegedly told police she was on probation for previous arrests and asserted that she had no dope in her possession and that she had last smoked dope on the 22nd with her baby daddy. There's all kinds of interesting kind of crime language in this. It almost sounds like a rap song where they're talking about somebody being on the lam and not wanting to get arrested for dope. And I was just smoking with my baby daddy the other day. Doja Cat is working on the lyrics, and we'll have no doubt a hit song on this before too much longer. The officer discovered illegal drugs in a search and found the drugs in an infant's sock. The cop noted that the housing for the shifter appeared misaligned and loose, and upon further investigation found the drugs. Fison committed to the Department of Corrections, bail set at $5,000. And it's kind of sad. Pretty girl in the picture took a wrong turn on a trail somewhere and found herself now in a land of crystal methamphetamine. But the reason why I read this is it came from the Mariana's Variety. And like many good news sources, the Mariana's Variety has tags, so you can look it up. You know, say, okay, so you can look at the tag, and the tag on this will be crystal methamphetamine or crime or women in trouble or something like that. The tag on this that caught my eye was the tag that said, parentheses, almost, close parentheses, got away with it. And I thought that was kind of novel. I almost got away with it. And so I'm going to urge members of the media community here on Guam, this is me, I'm Pika's best, you should listen to me, tell you that maybe we need more tags that make some kind of a sense. So at the end of the year, rather than going through all of the crime stories and trying to select the best ones, start a tag, something along these lines, I almost got away with it. That way, we just got to hit on the tags, and then we'll be presented with, because there's a million crime stories that are kind of boring, but there was this one, I almost got away with it, and then the other one that we had fun with this week, this is not my pants.
Happens all the time.
Which needs to be added, friends.
Wrong pants.
Which needs to be added to the long diary of great criminal quotes here on Guam. What was the one, you remember a couple of years ago over at JFK High School, they had that one kid that got busted?
Oh, I ain't no snitch.
I know my rights.
Yeah.
I ain't no snitch.
Pigs.
God, beautiful.
Yeah, pigs.
Yeah, and then he called them pigs. 888-8255-888 TALK is my phone number. No way is Dr.
Way. I said the same thing. No way.
Dr. Tom Poole is on the line. How sweet it is. Hey, Doc, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Ray. Good morning. I heard you talking about the agriculture ban on poultry imports. And by the way, I'm one of those do-gooders.
I know you are. I wasn't trying to trigger you.
Sadistic and cruel and unnecessary. But anyway, that what this is really about is, of course, avian influenza thing, which is really horrible. But it's not going to affect people like our buddy Dennis Larson, because most everybody brings in their day-old chicks from Hawaii because they just don't survive the trip from the mainland very well anyway. And so you can, when we had the last ban, I haven't checked this time, but we had the last ban, we would still allow in embryonated eggs, because that's not a very good route for the transmission of avian influenza. We just wouldn't allow, the live birds in.
I see.
But Hawaii is not part of that ban, and that's where we get most of our live birds. Now, not the cockfighting birds; those are coming from the mainland, adult birds, roosters almost altogether, and it will affect that. But the people like Dennis Larson aren't going to see any problem with this at all.
So we almost want to do this in an accent. So what cause? We got Hawaiian chicken here.
Yeah.
Managed to survive the huli recipes. Okay.
It's interesting because most of the birds from Hawaii actually originate in Iowa as eggs, and they fly to Hawaii, and there they are hatched and raised, and when they're 2 or 3 days old, then they're shipped to Guam. And so that's how it works. And so it's a little bit more expensive, but you get nearly 100% survival. Whereas when you fly them from Iowa all the way to Guam, well, then sometimes you get no survival, 50%. And usually those guys refuse to end up doing business with us. So a lot of those producers said, no, we don't ship to Guam anymore because
it's virtually inhumane. Yeah, unless you're going to put them in first class.
Dead birds. Yeah. So they say, no more shipments to Guam. So this really doesn't affect the backyard farmers at all.
All right. Well, as I said, I looked at it. My first instincts were that it was, something for the anti-cockfighting, but that's not. They are affected, but it's not necessarily the reason why they're doing it. And the majority of the birds that we've got coming in here for farmland purposes are again from Hawaii.
That's correct.
Well, I got that then. Doc, always a pleasure talking with you. Hope we get an opportunity to go stroll around Tumon again like we used to back in the day. And then you can tell me, because he's not just a horse doctor, guys, to what degree are you paying attention to this Chinese pneumonia, the white lung, I think is what they're beginning to name it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely following that, and this stuff's always interesting. These influenza-type illnesses always come boiling out of China, Southeast Asia, and always have. And, I've read lots of speculations why that is, and none of it makes that much sense to me. But that's where these things mutate and transfer, genes to each other and change and then come kill us.
Yeah. To the degree that they do come kill us. Now, is this going to be the next pandemic? To what degree are we going to have to flatten the curve? How long is that going to take? And what restrictions are going to be foisted on an unsuspecting populace, quote, for our own good?
Well, it's way too early to know anything like that. Usually these things don't turn into pandemics and that sort of thing. So the odds are against anything scary like that. And if it does happen, I hope we handle it better.
Are you hearing about any therapies, ivermectin or something like that people are giving to the kids?
Well, I tell you, ivermectin, tragically, was very effective. And it's my belief that millions died because ivermectin wasn't used in those COVID cases.
But science, Doc, science.
There's a dirty story as to why that happened, and I highly recommend everybody read RFK Jr.'s book, the real Tony Fauci, and it's all laid out there in tremendous detail, beautifully documented.
Mm-hmm.
And if every word weren't true, they would be suing RFK Jr.'s pants off, and they haven't and can't and won't. So it's really horrible. It's horrible. I highly recommend that book.
Wow. Okay. RFK's The Real Fauci.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. I bristle. I remember, and to back up here, Dr. Tom and I have been friends for a long time, mutual appreciators of the Bob Klitsky's Tall Tale program, et cetera, et cetera. And around the COVID time, I was meeting the boys. I'd start at Epal Beach, and I would run over to the beach bar and back, and then I'd meet up with Tom and my brother and a couple other guys, and we would walk that same route down to Beach Bar and back. So I got kind of a brick workout in the mornings. Absolutely loving it. And the best part of it was the walking part, where I got to learn a lot about influenzas, different strains of vermin that'll kill us, and then the hopefulness of the things that we've come to know over millennia of the human existence on Guam, is that there's a thing called herd immunity. And I remember when Dr. Tom Poole on one of these walks was explaining how herd immunity was going to be the salvation against COVID-19 if it was as bad as everybody said it was going to be. And we totally went kind of in another direction where we prevented the herd from being able to get together and figure out how we're going to get this, and as a community figure out what adaptations that we have to make and behavioral modifications that we had to make in order not to get it. And the government and the scientists failed on every single one of what would have been easy recommendations for somebody like Dr. Tom Poole.
Well, thanks, Ray. I think that it wasn't. I think that people were conflicted, and I don't think it was that they weren't smart enough to figure it out. But the drug companies just have such incredible power in terms of the money and the control that they can wield in cases like this. And so politicians, media outlets, physicians themselves, everybody got, cowed by the power behind this thing, because the big money was in the vaccine. And the vaccines are nearly always, sort of marginal ideas in these influenza type illnesses, because they tend to mutate more quickly than the vaccines can keep up with. And so it's better. Influenza is a little easier because it tends to be more seasonal than COVID was. COVID was less seasonal. So you sort of have, 6 or 8 months to kind of get ready for the next influenza outbreak, and you can kind of have some luck on maybe, picking the right combination for the lock for the next season.
Yeah.
But COVID didn't really work that way, and so there's just no way to stay ahead of it. But that's where the money was, and the only way they could do this thing, it has always required on average 4 to 9 years to get FDA licensure of a new vaccine using conventional techniques in producing the vaccine. Well, this was absolutely brand new. We had never marketed a vaccine like this, not even in veterinary medicine. We never had a vaccine like this. And so they had to get this emergency authorization. And the only way you can do that is if there are no effective treatments. That's in the law. The only way you can do it if there's no. So ivermectin, which is basically free, can't be the effective treatment.
No. Couldn't possibly be an effective treatment.
And you can't license your vaccine, so it's a double whammy. So, of course, they had to pull out all the stops and crush any ideas that ivermectin would work. But
here's the crazy part. I mean, the ultimate crazy part of this, Doc, and I'm sure you see this every day, because you send me stuff like this every day, but it seems like every day in the news sources that we trust, there's a story coming out where they were where they were purposely bamboozling people. The formulation, the process that they sent in for approval was process 1. What everybody got was process 2. If you start looking that up on the World Wide Web, you will find that even in the testing that was done, the minimal testing that had been done with these vaccines, et cetera, weren't even done on the version of the vaccine that everybody else got. Not me. I did not get that. Joe did not get that. There's a number of other vaccine deniers out here. Simon Sanchez says Dr. Poole is cool. Absolutely. But there is, it kind of leads me to another thing. What are my bodily fluids going to be worth here in another couple of years?
A lot. You need to be this park to have a camper outside a sperm bank.
Yeah, point me in that direction. Dr. Tom Poole, always a delight talking with you. We'll hope I get a chance to see you soon. If not, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
You too. Thanks, buddy.
All right, 888-8255. Always appreciate the clarification. Even though it sounds like I know what I'm talking about, there are times where you got somebody with doctor at the end of their name or PE at the other end of their name to go, oh, wait, I got to call in. I got to call in on this one. Didn't realize that there were those distinctions in the world of chickens. You just chickens. They come from there's a farm out somewhere, and they say, well, we want these chickens on Guam, so they stick them in a box and put a potato for nourishment and some
really,
some
a
feed.
Potato? Really? Is that what they do?
Okay. All right, now this I do know a thing or two about.
Crack corn.
This I know a thing about. So you know those snake traps? They got snake traps up and down, and there's a little mouse in there.
There's a tiny little mouse in there.
Just a little tiny, there's a little church mouse on the inside, and so they don't want to have to go and feed thousands of these things every day.
Yes.
So they send a guy out there, and they put a potato in there because the potato has liquid in it. And the mouse doesn't know it's raw.
Yeah.
Mouse doesn't know it's not French
right?
fries. And so it lives on that. And then when the snake comes in, because it can smell the mouse or knows there's activity going on in there, snake goes in and can't come out. And then they're scaring the hell out of the mouse until somebody comes and picks up the snake and dispatches
Oh, wait, they
it.
can't get to the mouse.
No, they cannot get to the mouse.
That's why there's no mouse activists.
Yes. I don't know. I mean, if you think about, mouse or snake eradication, that might be the more humane way to do it other than finding a bunch of dead mice and then putting an aspirin in them and then throw them out the helicopters. But I don't know about that. I don't know about that kind of thing. I do know guys that do. I don't know that I'm going to play the video here as much as I just want to put it up on the screen. There are cosmically interesting things going on right now, and I had Brandon Idlet from the National Weather Service on a little bit earlier, and we were talking about the geomagnetic storms, coronal ejections that are coming out of the sun, and they're supposed to start lapping, if you will, at the planet here at about 10 o'clock in the morning today on Guam.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's what he said. Even before the Dallas and Skyhawks game, some of these waves of the coronal mass ejections are going to be making their way here. Now, they don't believe that this is going to be as strong as the Carrington event of 1859. Not to be confused with the Helsinki event in 1919, the real Joe. The Carrington event was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history, peaking from the 1st to the 2nd of September in 1859 during solar cycle 10. It created strong auroral displays. Hey, baby. Aurora Borealis. You just want to get into those Borealises. It created strong displays that were reported globally. Aurora Borealis is not a global phenomenon. That's why it's called Northern Lights. Caused sparking and even fires in multiple telegraph stations. The geomagnetic storm was most likely the result of a coronal mass ejection from the sun that collided with the Earth's magnetosphere. And there's a drawing that I'm not going to try to explain here. A geomagnetic storm was associated with a very bright solar flare on the 1st of September in 1859, recorded and independently by a couple of astronomers, Richard Carrington and Richard Hodgson, the first records ever of a solar flare. Now, they say that given the nature of the damage that they were able to see in 1859, they say if something similar were to happen here in 2023, given the nature of our technology, it would cause widespread electrical disruptions, blackouts, and damage due to extended outages of the electrical power grid.
Wow, sounds like load shedding.
I was going to say, they absolutely stole the thunder on that one.
Sorry, man.
We beat you, son. We've got you beat. We've got load shedding courtesy of the Guam Power Authority. We don't need your stinking coronal mass ejections, but it is an excuse to get this lady up on the screen. Now, let me just, 9:53, let me see if I can play a minute of this and see if it can get to the part where she says when it's going to get here and what some of the impacts might be.
When we'll be looking for some fast solar wind, but that in my 5 days. So we'll talk more about that. But no, this is not going to impact these storms really at all. Not at least the Earth-directed part of them.
Earth-directed.
So just want to make that clear. Okay, so we'll now switch to our solar storm prediction model. So this is NLO. This is NOAA's version of the model. The top panel's density, the bottom panel's velocity. You're looking down at the sun from the North Pole with Earth being off to the right. And in just a moment, I probably should have forwarded this. Come on, TikTok.
Click, clock.
This thing will start, I promise. Come on, start. You are playing, right? Okay, there we go. There's the first solar storm, okay? So the first solar storm launches. Okay, this is the one that was launching southwest of Earth. Okay, and as you can see, it is west. And when we look at our vertical cut here, you can see it coming out south. Okay, so this one is going to clip Earth to the southwest.
Mm-hmm.
But then, here's that second kind of, so this is 1, 2, and storm. So this is the one that's got that two-parter going on. You have the one that's more Earth-directed and then the one that's going northwest, mainly northwest of Earth. And sure enough, you can see, or not northwest, my fault, northeast of Earth. So you can see it's going east. And sure enough, you can kind of see it going. This is the part that's actually.
Yeah, it's tricky to follow along on the radio with this lady. For those of you that were watching, I just wanted to put her up on the screen. Kind of Barbara White, if you will, of solar weather. Serious, and she's really, really good. Millions of ham radio operators all around the world follow and pay attention to what this woman has got to say and her interpretations of the storm, because she's got the science down, and not bad in terms of the interpretation. Obviously, there seems like there might be some new stuff that she's dealing with, and a lot of newness of these stories, including the idea that there is a coronal mass ejection that was already on the way to Earth, and it is now being overtaken by a faster one, which may cannibalize some of the energy from one or the other. But the predictions are this thing is going to start making Earth fall here, and we should start to see effects of this before too much longer. How it's going to impact us, I don't know. We're probably not even. You probably won't even notice it. You probably won't even notice it. Those of you that are general amateur radio operators that might be working some HF may find that you've got some nice radiated ions out there from which you can tickle a little bit more. It's going to have some I think positive impacts on what's going to be going on out there. Who's on the phone?
Bob Kelly.
Here's our other space weather expert. Hey, bud.
Good morning. I just wanted to say if we have something of the magnitude of the Carrington event, it will burn out transformers, and these are not sitting on the shelf. These are things like we have in our substations, and they'll take months or years to get them all replaced. So it's not going to be a load shedding. It's going to be much more catastrophic, not counting what happens to the satellites and communications if there's a Carrington event.
Right.
But the good news for Guam, the further south you are, the less you're going to be hit. That's why we would probably never even see the lights, although they did go as far south as Puerto Rico during the Carrington event. And the skies in New York were lit up enough during the Carrington event. People could actually read the newspapers at night. There was so much light coming from the sky.
Isn't that amazing?
But the people in the north, Canada will be badly hit. The northern states will be badly hit. But we're far enough south that we should continue getting our power here, because I don't think it would be as catastrophic as the northern latitudes.
I got you. While I've got Bob Kelly on the line, I might go back to the meme machine. Earlier, he had sent me a link to a story. Not a story. What is it? A link to a. It was Amazon. No, it wasn't Amazon. Yeah, it was Amazon.com.
Yeah, it was at 20 because they have a discounted $10. That's the only reason I said look at them.
Yeah. So here it is, the Starlink Ethernet adapter. Those of you that are going to pick up your Starlinks today, congratulations. But what you've got basically is a really, really good Wi-Fi for the house. If you want to put this into a router so that it feeds other parts of your internal networks in the office or whatever, you got to get the adapter for it. And I've got the adapter up on the screen now.
And that's the way it has to work if that's what you want to do. I don't think people realize that, because they're looking around on their Wi-Fi that they get, trying to figure out where to plug in an Ethernet cord, and there is nowhere.
we don't have like that. Is there a workaround on that? Is there a hack?
I believe that if you use the power over Ethernet injector, which is in some ways primarily what is being done by that adapter, and you have a way of splitting off your signal, yes. But remember, the Starlink does not use RJ45s with standard Ethernet connections. So I'm not sure that really a regular PoE would work on that without modification.
But that's that's the technology that we're talking about, PoE, which for a lot of people is a concept that is just a little bit beyond their comprehension.
Okay, basically the power is being fed over your cable.
Yes, exactly.
And the thing is, I will go back.
We don't have time. No time. I only got 20 seconds, Bob. I'm going to wrap it up there. It's a Ray Gibson Show on.
Bye-bye.
All right, have a good weekend. 93.3 The Point. Peak is best 3 years running. My God, believe it. It was in a newspaper. For Real Joe and Donna D and Jerry Roberts, this is Ray Gibson saying saying have a fantastic weekend. Get yourself a new dog. Get yourself some running in. All kinds of stuff going on this weekend. Hope that we all survive it. And back with you on Monday morning, regardless of what the CMEs do. Here's the news.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Hamas has released 8 more Israeli hostages, and they have been brought to Israel for medical treatment and to be reunited with their families. This coming after 2 Palestinian gunmen opened fire at a bus stop near Jerusalem. A 4th person died from friendly fire.
My heart goes out to the victims of this attack.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel meeting with leaders.
The way Israel defends itself matters. It's imperative that Israel act in accordance with international humanitarian law and the laws of war.
International mediators are working to further extend the ceasefire. The ex-girlfriend of the man charged with shooting Palestinian students in Vermont says she had police remove his gun from her home a decade ago.
The unidentified woman told police in Syracuse, New York back in 2013 that she wanted to turn in the shotgun belonging to her ex, Jason Eaton, saying they had split and she didn't feel safe returning it herself. The woman says she had a history of domestic violence with Eaton and didn't want any contact with him when she turned over the Deerslayer 20-gauge shotgun. Syracuse police also confirming Eaton's name appeared on 37 police reports from 2007 to 2021, but never as a suspect. Eaton remains held without bail after pleading not guilty to shooting and seriously wounding 3 Palestinian students who were visiting Burlington, Vermont for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Fox's Matt Napolitano. A federal judge has blocked Montana's ban on the use of TikTok that was set to take effect January 1st, saying it oversteps state power. At the White House...
3, 2, 1...
President Biden counting down as the national Christmas tree is lit. The tree had tumbled to the ground Tuesday in high winds, but the National Park Service was able to get the tree back in place within a short amount of time. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my brand new podcast, Perino on Politics. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics as they tell me what they're seeing and thinking in the 2024 election cycle. This week on Perino on Politics, I talk with my very good friend, Karl Rove, and we talk all things that you need to know to be the smartest person at the holiday party if anyone asks you about politics. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcast.com.
I'm Benjamin Hall, Fox News correspondent and New York Times best-selling author. Join me for my brand new podcast, Searching for Heroes, launching December the 4th. Every Sunday, I'll speak with a few silent but noteworthy heroes, everyday people who illuminate stories of compassion and are true embodiments of heroism. Make sure you subscribe to this series wherever you download podcasts and leave a rating and review.
2 political rivals will square off in a much-anticipated Fox News debate tonight, moderated by Sean Hannity.
The war of words began brewing between California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, sometime over COVID. Newsom even aired an ad in Florida last summer.
Let's talk about what's going on in America. Freedom, it's under attack in your state. Republican leaders, they're banning books.
After both men won their re-elections last year, the fight only seemed to get more intense. Earlier this year, DeSantis noted the number of people who have left California during COVID, many of whom came to his state.
This is a result of better governance in states like Florida. It is a result of poor governance in these left-wing states. That's why people are moving.
Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
City council members in Philadelphia have passed an ordinance banning the wearing of ski masks in certain public places.
The final council vote tally was 13-2. Moving forward, ski masks will not be legal to wear in schools, rec centers, parks, mass transit, and city-owned buildings. Those who spoke out at the meeting said the measure condemns those who choose to wear them for whatever reason.
It's my choice of clothing, and it's getting cold. Just because I'm wearing this don't mean I'm about to go commit a crime.
As for the $250 fine for the kids who do wear them, one resident said,
"Fining children has never worked as a policy solution to anything."
A $2,000 fine can also be imposed if a ski mask is worn while committing a crime. That's on top of any criminal charges. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
It turns out penguins are just like humans when they become new parents. A new study published in the journal Science finds chinstrap penguins in Antarctica don't get much sleep after females lay eggs and chicks are hatched.